That's me, 54 years, if you can believe it. And we start with level 55, and we have that many to go, if we can manage to do them all. Data flowers. Sounds like I should be good at this one. Everybody look to the left. Everybody look to the right. Look up. Down and to the left. Up and to the right. Ugh. My neck isn't made for looking anywhere but straight ahead. I know the feeling. But let's hope you are more agile. You got a new command. For each dir. Use this command to quickly scan each of the 8 tiles around each worker. I suggested they call this command sit and spin, but no one ever listens to my good ideas. Yeah, so there's been a trend with the previous game and this one of gradually getting higher and higher level commands. So we basically now have 4 loops, or for each loops, I guess, in this programming language here. So we don't just have if statements and jumps, we have for each, which allows us to check every direction around us, which I'm sure will be useful. El Tibago says, Tibago would say Tibago is once again deceased, but Tibago's everything hurts too much to be dead. That doesn't sound good. That's a very strange way of phrasing it, but it doesn't sound good regardless. I do hope you feel better soon. I will do my best to, yes, offer my support here. And I hope you can get some rest soon, and I hope all the moving is done soon. I hurt, therefore I am, says Ren, which is... Sorry, I've still got this cough. That's an interesting philosophical take you've got there. Just many boxes up and down many stairs, I'll be okay. Ah, the trick is to live on the ground floor, then you don't have to do stairs. See these groups of data cubes? Add up the values of the data cubes in each group, and write the result in the centre of each one. You got a new command! Workers can use this command to easily scan each of the 8 tiles around them. Hello Auburn, welcome in. Thank you for redeeming a tufted forget-me-not as your flower. Here we are. Here is a little forget-me-not for you. So I guess this is a tutorial level. It's quite late to be having a tutorial level in this game, but we haven't used this command before. So it wants us to add up the numbers in each of these little groups of... I suppose these are supposed to look like flowers. They don't look much like a flower. Add up each of these and write the result in the middle. You can see the numbers are constantly changing. When I hit the start button, the numbers will freeze in place. That's just to stop me hard coding a particular answer for everyone. So the first thing I need to do is actually move these guys into the centre of each group so that they can look at the surrounding one. So if I have them pick up the cubes, there's underneath this one on this left, they've got a cube underneath them as well. Pick up the cube and then keep stepping up until we have cubes both above and below us. Now if above us is not a cube or below us is not a cube, then we're not there yet, and we need to jump back to there. Then they should end up in the middle. Then for each direction, as mem1, so I guess the direction is going to be stored in mem1. And we can say mem2 is going to be where we store the answer. Will be plus mem1, which will be one of the directions. And then at the end, we need to write the answer. Mem2. And then I guess we need to drop the cube when we're done as well. So that should do it. So yeah, they found the centre of their little rings of cubes. Now they're going to do some sums. Like the answers. And look at that! It's been a while since we've met both of the challenges, but it was a tutorial level, I think. Okay. 56. Local maximums. Okay, we have more rings of cubes. Let's all look around the room together. Who's the nicest worker? Who's the most generous? Who's the best looking? Obviously me. Obviously. Who's most likely to be careless and just dive right into a shredder? Also me. Who gives the best gifts? Who eats the loudest at lunch? Yes, I'm sure we are all very good at picking the most extreme thing out of a group of things. So each of you, please go stand in the middle of a group of data cubes and use your new for each dir command to identify the largest data cube in that group. Pick it up and shred it. What, me? Yes, I was voted most likely to leave a trail of broken hearts and document them on a spreadsheet. So far, so good. I do not have a spreadsheet documenting broken hearts because no one's ever had feelings for me in the first place. Pick up and shred the largest data cube in each group. I have spreadsheets for pretty much everything else though. So if everybody just steps 2 steps to the left, they're going to be in the middle of their group, so that's easy. We're going to want our friend for each dir again. We're going to have to keep track of which cube is the largest. So we'll use mem2 for that. So if mem1, which will be one of the cubes in the group, if mem1 is larger than why can I not select mem2? Maybe I need to do a mem2 equals set mem. Yeah, no, okay. You have to have mentioned mem2 before it lets you choose it in an if command for some reason. If it's bigger, then we set it to that, and then once we've done that, we just need to go and pick up mem2. We need to find the nearest shredder. We need to give it to the shredder. Seems like it should work. Let's give it a go. Well, they're all chucking cubes in there. Are they the biggest ones? I think they are. Yep. Okay, another one. That was actually fairly similar to the last one. I guess they just wanted to make sure you understood what you were doing. Neighbourly Sweeper is up next. Where do all you people go each night? I just assumed you all slept in a pile in the basement. Yes, I see. You have little houses. And I assume each house is assembled next to some other number of little houses, and this forms a little neighbourhood, with sporting events and bake sales and community theatre. Yes, I'm glad you have things to look forward to. The important thing is that we are able to quantify proximity. For each cube below, record how many neighbours it has in the adjacent 8 tiles. Write that number on the cube. Yes, I'm sure this will make an excellent anecdote at your next neighbourhood potluck. Okay, why does this cube have a 25 on it and all the other cubes have 0? Not sure if that's important. How many cubes does each neighbours does each data cube have? Make each data cube display the total number of cubes in the 8 tiles surrounding it. Tip from management. Be careful. Your if command sees data cubes only if they are on the floor. If you try to query a tile that contains a worker who is holding a data cube up in the air, your if command will report the tile as not having a cube. Ah, right. So this is a problem then, because when this worker and this worker are crossing paths at some point, this one's going to lift up this cube, this one's going to lift up this cube, and they won't count each other's cubes. So we're probably going to have to use the tell and listen commands to synchronize everybody's activity. And you know what that means? That means it's coffee time. Okay, how's that going to work then? They've given us 5 workers on one side and 5 workers on the other, and each worker is spaced 2 tiles apart. So each of the workers on the right can operate independently of each other. They're not going to interfere with each other's cubes. The workers on the left, on the other hand, not so much. Well, they can operate independently, but if they crossed over paths with each other, that would be a problem. What I'm not sure how we do though is basically what will have to happen is everyone will have to agree that they are ready to write the numbers down, and then they'll all have to pick their cube up, write the number and put it down at the same time. But they will need to... So everybody will need to listen for a command. Somebody else will need to... But what you can't have is you can't have everybody listening for a command and everybody saying something. If they listen, then the listen command blocks until somebody does a tell. So how do we know who is going to be doing the tell? Because there's not really anything to distinguish him. I think this guy in the bottom right, who likes kitties, by the way, I think that guy has a block below him. So if we start the program by saying if there's a block, a wall below you, then you are now special. We can say like set mem1 to 1 or something, and then we can check that later. So that means this guy could be the guy who does the telling. The problem is, if this guy doesn't have any cubes to count, he's not necessarily going to wait for everyone else. So, I'll try writing a solution based on this, but I'm not sure how well it will go. I might just have a completely separate branch for this guy versus everyone else. I know you like kitties, thank you, but that's not very helpful. Actually, no, we need at least 2 more branches, because these people need to step to the right each time, and these people need to step to the left each time. Because... So we need to have... else, if there is a wall on your right... then step left, else step right, so that everybody goes the correct direction. This guy at the bottom is going to be stepping left as well. If there is a cube Because there's no point counting the neighbours unless there's actually a cube for you to write the answer on. So if there's a cube, set your memory to 0. For each direction, if there's a cube there, then add 1 to the total number of cubes. I probably want to do this. I don't want to have to repeat all of this every time. At the moment I've got, if it's a wall there, then repeat all of this. Probably just, if there's a wall, set, let's see, mem4, set this to 1. And then you can just say if mem4 is 1, step left, else step right. Because as soon as we step away from the wall, there won't be a wall to our right anymore. So we have to have remembered what to do, and then we go round and round in a loop here because we need to check the whole room. And every step we either go left or right, depending on whether we started at a wall or not. If there's a cube, add up how many cubes surround us. And we can all do that simultaneously because nobody's picking up. You don't have to pick up a cube to see that it's there. You just look around the room and count them. The tricky bit comes next because here we're going to have to pick up our own cube. Write how many neighbours it has and then drop it. And we can't just all do that because if we all do it, the timings will all be different and we'll all pick up cubes when other people are supposed to be counting them. So we need to listen here to know that it's okay to pick up the cube. So listening for coffee time. And then this guy... I know you like kitties, okay? Don't have to keep telling us. This guy needs to be in charge of saying coffee time. So he also has to count... he has to do all this as well, because he has to count how many neighbours his cubes have. I wonder if there's an easier way of doing this, but I'm not thinking of it if there is. Mem1 plus 1. And then instead of listening for coffee time, you're actually going to say, tell everyone coffee time. And you have to, you need to do that even if there's not a cube there. And then, if you've got a cube. Pick it up and write the answer. Okay. I wonder if this will work. I'm honestly not sure. The important thing is that no two people next to each other. Basically no one's picking up a cube while someone else is busy counting. Can't tell if that's working or not, to be honest. Let me let it run and see if we get all the right answers. Okay, I guess we haven't got all the right answers because the game hasn't stopped. We just go through the cubes and see if I can find a wrong one. Oh, hang on, this bottom line. He's written 0 on them all. Yeah, it's infinite coffee time. If they finish their work, they just sit there and drink coffee forever. This guy didn't actually write anything on any of his cubes, which is a slight problem. Oh, because that is set to mem3. Sorry. Yeah, the bottom guy. Yeah, see, he needs to write 1 on these cubes. Right, did we get it right this time? Okay, no, game is still running, so we obviously didn't do it right. Can anyone spot a cube that's hasn't got its number of neighbours written on it? Because they all look right to me, unless I've misunderstood the. No, how many? Yeah, display a total number of cubes in the 8 tiles surrounding it. Oh, this one here says 2, but there's actually 3. Ren suggests an alternative program. 10 print coffee time, 20 go to 10. Which in this programming language would be this. I can make them do that if you want, Ren. I don't think this is going to solve the problem. We can't just sit here drinking coffee all day. It's a coffee. Yes, the workers have gone on strike. Sorry, we're not counting your stupid cubes anymore. We're just going to sit here and drink coffee until you actually start paying us. Okay, enough of that nonsense. So I think the problem is that they're not in sync. Everyone's counting at different speeds. I wonder if we need to do something different. Let's get rid of... I want to get rid of this if, but this if contains the entire program. What I'm wondering is, in the same way that we're looking... I was wondering if we can detect if we're going to interfere with someone else by looking around for other people. The problem is, let's say there's somebody on this number and there's somebody on this number. Are they going to fight over this? Actually, no. Neither of them need to pick up the middle number. They just need to pick up their own numbers. Okay, so what I think we can do is we can look around. Yeah, if we start by working out how many neighbours we've got. And then we look around and we see if there's anyone else standing next to us. Hello, Al, who know? Best Al, best who, best no, best one. Very good to see you. Al Huno requested, by the way, not this game, but tomorrow's game, Mini Metro, was requested by Al Huno, and I hope he will be here to play it. Let me give a quick shout out. Al Huno mostly plays Super Mario World ROM hacks and that sort of thing. Very fun to watch. He's often on quite late my time, but I did catch a bit of it last night after my own stream. Yeah, today we're doing this, which is programming, and I'm getting a bit stuck, but to be fair, these are the hardest levels in the game. What I'm thinking is, when we get here, if we look around and try and see if there's anybody else near us that would interfere with our counting. But the question is, who is going to tell who coffee time? And what I'm thinking is, should we say, like, because there's 8 possible directions, so we say if any of those 4 directions have a worker in them, then we have to listen for coffee time. Whereas if any of the other 4 directions have a worker, then we tell coffee time in that direction. So it's like, say that there's somebody standing above someone else. They will listen, and the persons above will look below and see someone, so they'll tell. So they should sync up with each other. And then, obviously, when all that's happened, they can safely do the thing, because they'll have both finished counting if they're doing this. Let me see if that even vaguely works. At the moment, nobody's interfering with each other, because it's when the 2 sides cross that it does. Yeah, like here. So these 2 now should need to coordinate with each other. So the top one should say coffee time to the bottom one to say it's okay to move. Yeah, like that. So yeah, see, they've both agreed that it's okay to pick up their blocks. Let's see if this actually works now. Well, I saw some coffee time communication happening. Oh, this... Why are you... Why are you still going? Oh, okay. I swear they went one way and then they came back. Okay. I guess they haven't done it right again because the game is still running. It's very difficult to actually see where the problem is. Every cube I'm looking at appears to have been filled incorrectly. Yeah, can anyone see which one is wrong? Because I can't. That's right, that's right, that's right, that's right. Oh, this one. That says 2, but there's 3. What? Emma was confused. Why did they write 2 there? Did they not do their coffee time communication as they pass? Yeah, they did. Look, see, they both updated at the same time. But you put a 2. Why did you put a 2 there? That's not the right number. They're definitely checking all directions. Why are you writing? Well, yes, this is my natural haircut. Why are you writing a 2 when there's clearly 3 neighbours? Oh, I see the problem. This one is saying coffee time while you're still moving. So you're not acknowledging the coffee time. This is awkward. I have an alternative idea, which might be a really, really bad idea. But I'm going to try it anyway, which is to abandon all hope of communication. This is a bit like what happens in my real job. Everyone gives up communicating with each other. If I say, if there's a wall on the left, if there's a wall on the right, set it to 1, and if there's a wall on the left, set it to 0, and 4, and we just keep looping round. They should go back and forth forever, but the game will stop at the moment that all the cubes have the right answer on. So If we run this for long enough, eventually the correct answer should appear. LT Bago says, okay, I'm back. Remembered I had to prepare some kind of sleeping arrangements because I set up my computer before my bed because priorities. Glad to see, T-Bago, that you have your priorities straight. Yes, you absolutely should set up your computer. As long as you have a computer, a cardboard box to put your computer on, and something to sit on, then your house is complete as far as I'm concerned. Right, okay, Tibago says, what did I miss? Tell me everything. Well, I started off trying to solve this level properly with, like, communication between the workers. And then I gave up. And I told them to just repeat it over and over again until they happened to get it right. And that actually worked. It was far, far too slow. We were supposed to complete in 100 seconds and it took us at 286. Yeah, what did you miss? You missed coffee time. This once again, I have forced my workers to go without coffee because there are no coffee time commands in here. What I did briefly do, Tibago, at Ren's suggestion, was I did this. All my workers went on strike and demanded coffee. This is what it's... If anyone here has never worked in IT, this is what it's like. This is an accurate representation of a typical IT office, except there's not usually green data cubes on the floor. Anyway, I don't care. We did the level. Let's move on to Good Neighbours. I suspect that level was supposed to teach me something about how to use the tell and listen commands that I haven't picked up on. So we'll see if that is a problem. Hello Grimsoul, who says, hey friends, how is everybody today? I'm okay, thank you. I think LT Bago is dead as usual. I don't know about the rest of them. Good to see you. Harry says this is just a British workplace, but instead of tea, it's coffee. Yeah, that's true. To be fair, constant coffee drinking is amongst programmers is an American stereotype. It is mostly tea in British offices, although there are these days there are a lot of coffee drinkers. I work from home, so I don't participate in office culture anymore. I used to, and I can't say that I miss it. But I also don't drink tea or coffee. I tend to drink water, which I know is boring, but never mind. It's getting too crowded in here. I'm sure the data agrees. A good neighbour is a distant neighbour. Rearrange the data cubes however you like, as long as no data cube has more than 3 neighbours. Okay, 3 neighbours. I'm trying to think if there's a nice regular pattern that would only have 3 neighbours. The more I think about it, the more I'm thinking this might be one where we just do a random solution, i.e. randomly pick up and put down cubes until nothing has more than 3 neighbours. Grimsall says dead sounds rough. LT Bago is currently moving house, so it's a stressful time. So we wish him the best, and he might just be dead for the next 2 streams. LT Bago says, I just saw the name of one of the next levels. One can only hope it's Gowron seeking glory for the Klingon Empire. Oh dear. Well, I don't think it was this one. Ren says we even have caffeinated water here in the US. Ren, are you guys okay? Is this a cry for help? What's the point of caffeinating water if you're not even going to put coffee in it? At least put the brown bean juice in. Grimsol says, oh shit, me too, moving on Tuesday. Grimsol, hope the move goes well, but yes, I have a feeling that in a few days' time, you will be just as dead as LT Bagger. And hello to Best Sarah, with many stars, who says, LT Bagger, you are very loud for a dead man. It's be nice to T-Baggo. He's having a stressful time. Okay, there we go. And also be nice to Best Sarah, who's awesome streamer, and I'm going to do a shout out. There we go. Please do go follow our friend Sarah with stars. Grimsall says they're going to take away our fluoride, so might as well replace with caffeine. I don't think that's how that works. I don't think fluoride improves, protects against tooth decay. I don't think caffeine, protects against tooth decay. I think coffee stains your teeth brown. It doesn't keep them clean. LT Bago says need a miracle max. Right, let's look at this level. I'm just going to try a random solution and see how it goes. So, random is quite easy in this game. If you just tell it step in any direction, then they will step in a random direction. So, step in a random direction. If there is a cube here, then count the number of neighbours. We know how to count the number of neighbours. We do a for each as 2. If there's a cube there, then increase mem1 by 1. If there are more than 3 neighbours, so if mem1 is greater than 3, then this cube is not in the right place. So we should pick it up, and then we need to find somewhere to put it. So we're gonna do another random step. And then we're going to do all this again. So we're going to do mem1 equals set 0 for each dir. If there is a cube there, increase by 1. Oops, 1. And if the there's not a cube there. No, if the cube here, but there needs to be it needs to be not a cube here. We need to find a place for the cube that we're holding. We can't put the cube down if there's already a cube there. So if there's not a cube where we are, then we need to see if there's fewer than 3 neighbours, and if so, it's a suitable place for our cube. So count the number of neighbours, and then if that number is less than or equal to 3, not 4, then this is a suitable place for our cube, so we're going to drop it. And then we're going to keep doing that, and hopefully this eventually leads to all the cubes being in the right places. I have a feeling it's going to be very slow though, so let's see. Yeah, because for a start, everybody is just stepping in random directions to start with, so it takes them a while to even find a cube. LT Bago says, if nobody got my only mostly dead need a miracle max reference, I'll be very sad. If rat most of unusual size was here, she would get it. I'm afraid I didn't get your reference, T Bago, but Emma never gets references. Maybe somebody got it. What's with the rat most of unusual size? I know she has a redeem that lets you increase or decrease her VTuber size. Is that one? Okay, well the cubes are moving around, so that's a promising sign. Let's see if they actually manage to put every cube with no more than 3 neighbours. Hang on a minute. What's going on? You're clearly... Hang on, what? You're clearly wandering around holding a cube, but there's plenty of space. Why are you... Oh, you're in that section. Ah, hang on. We have a problem. People are not finding a place for their cube and they're going back to there. Why is that happening? Oh, because... Right, yeah. If the place for the cube is unsuitable, you need to try again. So I need a jump. This needs to be a loop until you find a suitable place for the cube. And then you only jump out of the loop once you've put your cube down. So this jump actually needs to go back to there. There we go. Okay, let's try that again. So now after you pick up a cube, you should, yeah, keep trying places for it until... Okay, yeah, I think it's working now. So this should, non-deterministically, via some random process, spread out the cubes so that they all have 3 neighbours or fewer. I mean, it seems to be working, right? I can see rows of cubes forming, which means they only have 2 neighbours each. Feels like we'll get there eventually. Yes, we did. Okay. We definitely didn't use 10 or fewer commands, and oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Our target was 175 seconds, and our average was 441, and this looks like it took about 800. So that is very much not an efficient way to move the cubes around, but never mind. Ren says stochastic diffusion simulation. That's very fancy words for what I was possibly doing. I did so badly at this one, I feel compelled to try and improve it. Let me copy this into a new solution. I don't really know how to speed this up. I might be able to save some commands though, so let's try that. Hello Elfie, welcome in. Thank you for redeeming your flower of the day. Oh, rats of unusual size was a reference to the Princess Bride. I wonder if Ratmost... I wonder if Ratmost knows about that. No, the Ratmost of unusual size definitely exists. Because she has a channel point redeemed to make her avatar giant or small. You can definitely have Ratmost of unusual size. What I'm wondering is this bit of code here is very similar to this bit. In both cases we're looking for a space with 3 neighbours or fewer. So I'm wondering if we just step in a random direction and then always count how many neighbours there are, regardless of whether there are cubes there or what. Just always count the number of neighbours. And then if there's a cube here and number of neighbours is greater than 3, then we need to pick up the cube. Oh, right. If there's a cube here and there's more than 3 neighbours and we're not currently holding anything, pick up the cube. If there is nothing here and there are 3 or fewer neighbours and we're holding a cube, then drop the cube. What I'm doing, I'm kind of exploiting the fact, I'm exploiting what counts as an instruction in this game, because like drop counts as an instruction and else counts as an instruction and jump counts as an instruction. But if there's a cube here and there's more than 3 neighbours and I'm not holding anything is also just one instruction. This whole if, you can put as many conditions in as you want and it's still just one instruction. So I think this will eventually work, but it will be very slow. But it's only 10 instructions. So let's run it and see. Because I think the target was 10. So I think it must expect you to do this because I don't think it would be possible to do it in fewer than 10 easily. But it's going to be much slower than the other version because they're counting the number of neighbours even if they're standing in an empty space not holding anything, which then they don't need to do. But for the sake of fewer instructions, they're doing it anyway. Everything looks to have fewer than 3 neighbours. I'm not sure why it's not working. Oh, there's one guy with a cube frantically trying to find a place for it in the corner. I think he found a place for it now. What's going on? Oh no, this guy still has it. This is the only cube that's not in the right place. It's the one that this guy's holding. Every other cube has got fewer than 3 neighbours, I think. So we're just waiting for this guy to find an appropriate spot for his cube. And he keeps stepping the wrong way. Stop stepping. Go that way. There's a space over there. Oh, come on. Yeah, there we go. Right, he found it. Oh no, someone else has got a cube there. There we go. Okay. Right, we met the size challenge. Look. Sure, our average was 8 times what it should have been, but we met the size challenge. Hello, Matcha Catcher. Welcome in. Thank you for redeeming your flower of the day. I'm going to ignore the speed challenge on that one and continue with... Right. Too sure about the name of this next level, to be quite honest with you. Let's see what it has in store for us. Oh dear. I don't even know anymore. I just have a note here that says, looking for something? Seek out the glory hole. And dive in. Grimsoul says, what is the rating on this game? I feel like they wouldn't have included that joke if it just including that bumped up the rating. Inhumans. Where do you see the rating for a Steam game? Let me check Wikipedia, maybe that knows. Okay, I can't find anything that actually tells me what the rating of this game is. But they did manage to call this level Glory Hole, so there we go. One of the holes in this room is your goal. Each data cube on the floor indicates its distance, measured in tiles, away from the glory hole. Seek out the glory hole and dive in. So it must be this hole here because we've got a distance of 1 from each of them. So what we're trying to do here, we need the workers to look around them for numbers, find the smallest number they can and step in that direction. I think we have all the information we need in order to do that. So if I start by setting my memory to 99, look in every direction around me. If that direction is a data cube and its value is less than what I found before, then we set it to that direction. And then we step in that direction. Now that will work up until the actual hole. They won't step into the hole because they'll get to the 1. They won't find anything lower than the 1. So we do need another case, which is if we are standing on a 1, then we need to look for a hole. I wonder if we can actually... Yeah, we can probably do that in the same loop to avoid a for each. So if current place is a 1 and there's a hole in this direction, then we actually need to go that way instead. Yeah, like that. They are greedy for the glory hole, says Grimzol, and Altibago says Peggy 3 suitable for all ages. I don't think this is suitable for 3-year-olds, and I'm not saying that because of the name of this level. I'm saying that because I don't think 3-year-olds are able to program at this level. At least I hope they aren't. I feel a bit inadequate if they are. Right, let's see. Oh, then we actually need to jump, so that we keep doing this until we find it. Yes, that is the Peggy rating. Thank you for confirming, T-Banger. Okay, nobody's going anywhere. Oh, no, they are going somewhere. Okay, they were just taking their time thinking. Okay, we are moving. We are jumping down the hole. We have succeeded. Okay, we used one too many command and we took 6 times as long as we should. We took 75 seconds instead of 15 seconds. Okay. Why were we so slow? That is really slow. How would we make this any faster? I suppose this could be an else. And we don't check it. Actually, no. This needs to be an else to this. Because if there's a hole, that takes precedence. So this might be faster. But it's an extra instruction. Yeah, it's an extra instruction because of the else. So that's actually worse for size. And it only saved us 1 second. Okay. Maybe I should think about how to get 7 instructions. Yeah, how do we save an instruction here? Do I need this mem1 equals set 99? No, because they won't go anywhere, because their mem starts set to 0. Oh, if I can put an or mem1 equals 0, right? And then they should set it. Yeah, okay. Wait, what? Why are only half of them going now? Only half of them went. What's going on? You've only to put this. If mem1 equals 0, and no, what I don't get is how does it parenthesize the ands and ors in this? Is it left to right, or does it and take precedence over or? You can't put parentheses in the ifs. You can clarify it by making another if, but that's another command, and I need to do it in 7 commands. I do it in... Yeah. Can I do it in 5 commands? If this is 1 and mem2 is a hole, or mem2 is a data cube equals 0, or mem2 is a data cube and mem1 is less. No, mem1's great. That's all one instruction, apparently. Okay, but they're not going anywhere. So the instruction never works. Okay. I guess the precedence isn't how I think it is. They all stepped once and then nothing happened. Oh, because yeah, then that's sets mem 1. I do that and then set mem 1 as well. Okay, some of them moved and then no one else moved. If that's 1 and that's a whole, oh, that's. Yeah, it does feel like I need 2 if statements and 2... which brings me back to 80 instructions. Yeah, I don't get how to optimize this one. I'm going to move on for now. El Tibango says, I promised myself I wouldn't say the C word today. Yeah, we're having some problems with that word in these streams at the moment. Okay, what's this level about? Hey, this looks familiar. We had a similar assignment together a long time ago. But back then, there was 1 worker for every data cube. Oh, is this sorting now? Because we had a sort, we were able to implement like a parallel bubble sort. Normally bubble sort isn't very good, but it's great when you have a worker for every item, because then you all swap at the same time. This time we're running a little low on workers. We should have been more careful with our human labour over the years. It will be more difficult, but I'm sure you can figure out how to sort this line. The smallest on the left, biggest on the right. You know the drill by now. Okay, understaffed sorting. Arrange the data cubes in order from smallest on the left to biggest on the right. So I think we can do it with bubble sort. It's just going to be a worse bubble sort than the one we had before. So I suspect we'll be failing the speed challenge again. But never mind. Let's give it a go. We will work from left to right. So step to the right. Look at the cube below you, and then actually no, we don't need to look at the cubes. We can, because you can look at cubes with this. If the cube below you is greater than the cube below and to your right, so if this cube is bigger than this one, then they're in the wrong place and we need to swap them. So if that happens, then cut the one below, and maybe we have to stay in pairs. I don't know if that's... Yeah, I wonder if we have to stay in pairs in order to efficiently swap the items. So, actually, yeah, if we all step down so that we're actually on the line, that would help. So we're comparing current item to next item. Pick up current. Step. That way. Sure. But what we'd like to do is we'd like to be in pairs, and we'd like to... Did you try jiggling the cable? We need our partner to pick up the other cube and step the other way. So I think what we want to do is start the program with, if there is a worker on your right, then you are now a left-hand side worker. Otherwise, you're a right-hand side worker. You need to act appropriately. So step that way. And do that. Yeah, no, they're always going to step. Yeah, I'm going to need an if-else, but they're both going to step in the same direction. And then these ones will so is current cube less than cube on our left, and if it is, then we will pick it up. Step left. But now the workers are on the opposite sides of each other, so we need to correct that by stepping back to our original places. And then I'm thinking we do need to stay in sync with each other somehow. We might need to use tell and listen. The poor left-hand side workers don't get anywhere near the same mouse choice. I know, Debugger, it's terrible, isn't it? We'll need to keep doing this. And the other thing we need to do, when we get to the end, we have to go all the way back to the beginning. So... Actually, yeah. When we get to the wall, we need to go down and round and back. But how does the left-hand worker know that we're at the wall? Because they're going to have to listen for a signal from the other one. So step and then listen for... obviously coffee time. So the right hand worker will step over to the right. If they're at the wall, then step down. And then that direction coffee time. Else tell coffee time in that direction. You listen for coffee time. So they decide if they're at the wall. And if they are, they step down. So then after we've listened for coffee time, if there's now a worker down and to our right, that means we reached the wall. So we now need to step down left, and then we keep stepping left until there's a Leia, Best Tortilla, thank you so much for subscribing for 6 months and for redeeming your flower of the day. I still can't quite believe that people watch this stuff, so the fact that you like it so much to subscribe really means a lot to me. Thank you, Leia. I hope you are doing well today. I'm trying to make sense of some of the end levels of this game, which are rather difficult. So, step down, keep stepping left until we get to a wall. So as long as that direction isn't a wall... keep stepping left. And then step up. And then listen for coffee time again, because the other worker needs to get in position as well. So having told them coffee time, they're also going to start stepping left until they get to a wall. Direction's not a wall going. When they get to the wall, they're going to step up right instead of up. So it will end back with the right hand worker being upright, so there, and the left hand worker being back there. Then they're going to say coffee time again to their left to say, yep, we're done now, we're all in position. And then you can keep doing your thing. Okay. So then each group of people will keep making passes over the data and they'll keep looping back. And the idea is eventually they sort everything. It's probably a horrendously inefficient solution, but we shall see. Oh, we have some chat happening. El Tibago says, does anybody still use Yahoo? Not as far as I'm aware. I don't. Leia says, best Gertrude. Thank you, best Leia. Tibago says, except the Japanese. As far as I'm aware, I don't think they use Yahoo anymore either. Leia says, I just finished a 4-hour rage cleaning of my upstairs. I feel purged. Well, I'm glad that everything is clean, but I'm sure you're feeling exhausted now. So here is a hug. Leia, I will allow you one warning about using the C word, but if you continue, you will be banned, I'm afraid. El Tobago says, Japan don't like eBay, they use Yahoo Auctions. Okay, they use Yahoo Auctions instead of eBay. Interesting. Leia says we used to have a really crappy coffee shop chain called Coffee Time. Okay, just for Leia, we're going to do the Coffee Time spam again. Alright, my workers are refusing to work, they're just going to drink coffee all day. There are 8 signals to choose from in this game, and so far I've refused to use any signal other than Coffee Time. Leia says, I'd be lying to you if I said I knew what Yahoo Auction was until right now. I mean, I'm guessing it's just eBay, but made by Yahoo. LT Vago says, there's a site I use now and then called Sendico that has all the Japanese auction sites and then send you stuff. It's great for Japanese only game merch. That does sound good. I've had to import things from China before, but not Japan. The other C word. No, saying coffee is okay, but there are other words that have been causing some problems on this stream recently. Right, what are the chances of this working? I think they are minimal at best. Yeah, it's already broken. Okay, let's step through it a bit more slowly. So this situation here, these numbers should swap. So you should see a worker on the right. You should step right and listen for coffee time. You should see not see a worker on the right. You should step. Yeah, hang on. Why does this not work? So you should now step right. So yeah, you both move right. Okay. Is there a wall on your right? No. So now you're going to say coffee time to the one on your left. Meanwhile, they are listening for coffee time. Okay, so the coffee time command is going to go through just fine. Your numbers are in the right order, so you shouldn't do anything. You shouldn't do anything. You guys should be swapping numbers now. So you're going to check whether your co-worker has stepped down, because that would indicate we're at a wall. But they haven't. Oh, no, don't listen for coffee time again. Only listen for coffee time if you had to loop round. That was the problem, I think. Okay, yeah, there we go. So they swapped places. You didn't pick up your cube before you swapped places, which was a slight problem. You picked up... Yeah, left-hand worker picked up their cube. Right-hand worker didn't pick up their cube. Oh dear, this is too much like work now. This is actual debugging. So, yeah, okay. So these ones here, the two numbers are the wrong way round. So, is my number greater than the number on the right? Yes, it is. So I need to pick it up. Meanwhile, you should be saying... wait, why are you in that block of code? Oh, yeah, you shouldn't be there. This is the... go back to the start code. That should be here. In fact, yeah, we only need to do this coffee time once. Either after that or after that. about that. The swap kind of synchronizes itself, because if a worker tries to walk left and there's somebody to the left of them, they will just keep running on the spot until that worker moves. So that bit doesn't need to be synchronized. Sarah Stars says, that's not the C word in my house to us, it's common. Yeah, Sarah... I suspect your house isn't filled with people insisting that it's made of a certain substance in order to cause this problem. I don't mind if people call me common. I mean, I think they're wrong, but I don't mind if people use the word. LT Vago says, rule 1 of Emma Club is you do not talk about the non-standard construction of Emma's house, because Emma's house is not made in a non-standard construction. It's made out of it's made out of concrete with a decorative outer cladding of brick, like every other house in the country. The ultimate insult, don't be so common. Tibago, you're not common. You're rare at the very least, Tibago. Possibly even epic, I'm not sure. Leia says, is it like the kids say these days, basic? Concrete houses, brick drywall. Yeah, so for any Americans in chat, I realise that Americans build their houses out of wood and air. We build the roof trusses out of wood, but the walls are made out of... we have double-skinned walls, so from the outside it's decorative brick, but the inner walls, which are actually the structural part of it, are breeze blocks, which are concrete. We can't build the whole thing out of wood. We live in a very small island which was deforested centuries ago. We don't have enough wood to do that. But yeah, when Americans punch a wall and their fist goes straight through the wall, it's like, try that in Europe and you'll break your arm. Leia points out to Tibago that he's not common at all because he's an Olympian, and that is a very good point. Leia says that's the other piggy. Lesser known little pig who built his house of air. No, in the Three Little Pigs, one built their house out of straw, one built it out of sticks, and one built it out of bricks. So the first two piggies were American builders, and we saw how it ended for them. And then the sensible European piggy. Grim says, nonsense, we build our houses out of hamburgers, everyone knows this. Well, no, I mean, that can't possibly be true, because you'd never finish building the house, because you'd just eat all the hamburgers. I mean, do you take us for fools, Grimzo? Of course that couldn't possibly work. LT Bagger says, maybe, but I had a very common upbringing. I mean, look, don't judge somebody by the circumstances of their birth or their upbringing. These are not factors that are within their control. Sarah says, Americans build a lot out of hot air. Auburn says, I've seen a few parts made of concrete, most they have drywall. Concrete was popular in the 70s but fell out of vogue. Yes, so some of the older houses in this country are brick or even just stone, if you go back a long time. We did used to build our houses out of wood, mud and straw, or wattle and daub as it was known back then. We started to change our mind on that after the entirety of London burnt down in 1666. It was like, maybe if we made things out of stone that wouldn't happen. And as previously mentioned, we deforested an entire island and we don't have enough wood for that sort of thing anymore. Leia says the foundations here are wooden concrete. Yeah, American houses have a concrete foundation usually. An image of Americans punching walls is drywall. It's not very hard to punch through. Good throwing open of a door will leave a hole. Yeah, exactly. Was concrete not used when the Romans were occupying? So Roman concrete wasn't exactly the same as modern concrete. So I mean, the answer is yes, but there are no intact Roman structures left in the UK. So it's not as if there are any of those remaining now. The only remaining Roman structures are some foundations of villas. The mosaics have been uncovered in some places, and then the first few feet of some walls, things like Hadrian's Wall and the fortifications around that, and some city walls. York City Wall, for example. The medieval wall was just built on top of the Roman one, so the first few feet are Roman, and then on top of that is medieval. Yeah, there's no Roman concrete left in the UK. Other parts of the world, Italy has quite a bit, you would imagine. Leia says, interesting to think of different materials used for housing. I never thought about it before. Yeah, it tends to be... Europe tends to build things out of stone. And most of the rest of the world tends to use wood. Part of it is whether you live in an area that's prone to earthquakes. Because brick and stone construction does not hold up at all in an earthquake. It just crumbles. Whereas wood is flexible enough to withstand it. So in the 18th, 19th century, you had colonial era Britain building brick structures in New Zealand, for example, and then turns out New Zealand is subject to earthquakes, and most of those buildings have collapsed at least once as a result of that. But in Europe we don't get earthquakes because we're not near any tectonic plate boundaries. Especially in the UK. In the UK, we don't get natural disasters at all, really, apart from floods sometimes. Tibago says, there's still a fair number of Wottendorp houses about, they tend to be listed buildings and such. Yes, they do still exist, but as a fraction of the total number of houses now, I mean, it's like... about 90%, maybe even bigger than that, 95% maybe, of the houses in the UK are like 20th century or 21st century, because the population expanded so much. And a lot of the 19th century poor people housing was like back-to-back terraces, which have all been demolished now. The number of medieval manor houses by comparison is very, very small. Sarah says stuff in Bath, but maybe built on top. Yeah, so famously there's the Roman baths in Bath, but what you're actually seeing when you go to visit the Roman baths is you're seeing the Victorian baths that were built on top of the Roman baths. The Roman baths is you go into a room and they've excavated the floor and there's some tiles there and they say, these are Roman. That's the only part of the complex that is. Grimsall says there's a temple in London under an office building, isn't there? There are all sorts of things in London under other things. It's not the worst city in the world for this. Italy is probably the single worst. Anytime they try to do any construction work in Rome, they're just like, everything is Roman under the ground. But yeah, London has a lot of history, and most of that history is buried underneath other history. So when they were building all the tube lines, they keep coming up against things. And yeah, in some cases... not so much like older buildings, because in the old days you just dug it all up and put a foundation in. But for modern office buildings, if they're being put on top of a known archaeological site, they are made they're forced to, as a condition of being able to build there, they're forced to preserve the site. So you'll have a thing where the office building is built, but then like there'll be a little bit in the floor that's got glass over it, or there'll be a little door on the side to go down, and you'll be able to access the whatever it is, remains of a wall or something. There's a famous one somewhere where it's not London, it's another city in the UK. They wanted to build a multi-storey car park, but there's a medieval wall, and there was a round tower on this wall in the way of where they wanted to put the car park. Obviously they couldn't get rid of the tower, so they built the car park around the tower, but they were forced to provide access to the tower for the public to see it. So you have this grey concrete multi-storey car park that looks like every other car park. And at the back of it there's a concrete wall with a little door in it, and you open that door and inside there's this concrete box that's got a medieval tower inside, because they had to keep it there. It's the most ridiculous thing. Leia says, no earthquakes here. Once in a blue moon there's a teeny tiny rumble that just makes your china cabinet kind of ting ting ting, maybe once every 20 years. Yeah, we get small earthquakes in the UK. I realise I'm not saying everywhere else in the world gets earthquakes. I'm saying that in places where there are earthquakes, building buildings out of stone is a really bad idea, because they will collapse very easily. Yeah, when I was at university, which was in York, there was an earthquake, which was violent enough to wake me up, but it was just like a like that. The building just went and it was over. So yeah. Stone buildings can cope with that level of earthquake. Leia says tornadoes sometimes when conditions are favourable, flooding, fast storms. Yeah, so we don't get tornadoes here. We generally don't get hurricanes. We do receive the weather off of the North Atlantic from the Gulf Stream, and very occasionally hurricanes make landfall in the UK. There was a really bad one in 1987, but they don't come. This is the unfashionable end of the Atlantic. The West End is much more fashionable. So compared to Florida, we don't get hurricanes here, really. We don't tend to get big wildfires because we don't have big areas of wild land to burn. You get wildfires on Dartmoor and the like sometimes, but they're not threatening to... We don't get wildfires that threaten civilization because we've built on too much of the land. We don't have forests or heathland to catch fire anymore. And the climate is generally relatively wet as well. We don't get tornadoes. We don't get extremes of temperature, really. It does go below freezing. We do get snow, and we're notoriously bad at dealing with snow, but we don't get like 8-foot snow drifts. And the hottest ever temperature in this country was 41 degrees, which was a couple of years ago, and thanks to climate change there would be more of that. But we don't have like the 50 plus with 100% humidity that exists in places like Bangladesh. So all in all, it's a pretty tame place to live. Leia says, I vote for UK/European history streams with Gertching. I mean, that does seem to be what you're getting. We're supposed to be doing some sorting in a programming game, but for the last 20 minutes or so I've just been rambling to chat. So I think you've got your wish there, Leia. Baths in Bath, very meta. Well, funnily enough, Leia, that's where the name of the place comes from. Places tend to be named after the thing that is there. You know, it will not surprise you to know that in the city of Wells, there are some wells. And as for the town of Cockermouth in the Lake District, well, maybe let's not go there. Crypts galore, says Sarah. Yes, there's so much stuff underground. Leia says, the last time I encountered the rumble rumble ting ting Toronto, Ontario, Canada earthquake, I was on a day off, extremely severely hungover, and watched the TV rattle back and forth and the dishes in my drying board ding ding ding, and I questioned if I was still drunk. Yes, that's normally when the whole room is spinning. It's not because the whole room is actually spinning. Tibago says there's places like Chester too, which still has quite a lot of its Roman walls. Oldest parts date from 100 CE. Yes, a lot of medieval walled cities have retained some amount of their walls. Rarely the complete thing. Even York doesn't have a complete city wall, but it has about half of it. And yeah, sometimes you have the Romans built a wall and then there's a medieval wall built on the top, if it was a Roman town. Quite a lot of the Roman towns in the UK have Chester in their name, so Chester, Colchester, Ilchester. There's lots of those. There's not all places called Chester were Roman, but if they're called Chester, there's a good chance it was. If there's something Chester. And yeah, this is not a UK specific thing anywhere in Europe. There's a place in France called Carcassonne, which has a really well preserved city wall, which is so well preserved they made a board game named after it. Hello to Colorama1, who is complaining about Twitch ads. Well, welcome in, and sorry to hear you're getting unsuitable Twitch ads. I can't think that it's anything to do with my content, but oh, Leia, thank you so much for gifting a subscription. Well, Colorama, we've solved your problem there. You are now subscribed to my channel and will not receive any ads from Twitch while you're watching. Thank you for joining us, and you now get to use all my awesome emotes. Including these very pretty flowers. So thank you, Leia. That was very generous of you. Leia says the unfashionable end. Well, yeah, like all the hurricanes are congregating in the west side of the Atlantic. No one wants to go to the east end. That's full of, I don't know. I don't know why. Is it something to do with that's the direction the Earth is rotating? So you have the jet stream pushing west to east. So the hurricanes, because the hurricanes form in warmer temperatures. They form over the Gulf of Mexico and then they go east. And by the time they get to the UK, they've run out of energy. I think that's the reason. But I'm not a meteorologist. The common end, says Sarah. Oh no, you're using the word common again. LTVago says, to quote Ratmost, don't let them sell you different adult diapers, you know what kind you like. Is that an actual Ratmost quote? And does that mean that they're advertising them on Ratmost's stream as well? Because there's one of two possibilities then. Either that company has decided that advertising on Twitch is the best way to reach its target audience, or they're doing more targeted advertising, and for some reason they've decided both my stream and Ratmost's stream are exactly the sort of audience they want to sell to, and I'm not sure. I realise we're mostly a bit older here, we're all millennials rather than Gen Z, but I don't think we're quite at that stage. Leia said the city that shall not be named. Cheddar is not a city, it's a town. And it's quite small even for a town. Wells is a city. Wells is the nearest city to where I live. It's just down the road. And that is a city. It's tiny. It's got about 10,000 people living there. But it has a huge cathedral, which is why it has city status, just for historical reasons. But Cheddar is only a town and a cheese. Harry, what are you doing with the Lana emote? I don't trust anybody who uses the Lana emote. Tibago says... Oh, right, yes. Sorry, yes, it's because I said Cockermouth, which is a real place. It's a real place. It's in the Lake District. And as Tibago points out, there is also a town in the UK called Fingering Hoe. There are quite a lot of rude names of places in the UK, if I'm quite honest. Maybe that's worth a whole stream in itself. Leia says, confuse Americans and call the couch or sofa a Chesterfield. Yeah, that doesn't sound like an American an American name for something. Grimsol says Carcassonne is a great game. It is, I agree. I play quite a lot of board games when I have to spend time with family. It's a good thing to do. I probably won't be playing them on stream because I would have to get another person on the stream somehow, which is not realistically happening unless Harry visits again. I did have playing a single player Dwarf on stream, like IRL Dwarf, like the physical board game with a separate camera and everything, but nobody voted for it in the content poll, so we won't be having it anytime soon. But yes, Carcassonne I play a lot of. Azul is one I like. That's the one where you have the little tiles and you have to arrange them on a grid. I've played Settlers of Catan before, but my family don't seem to like it that much. Scrabble, obviously, I have played. But yeah, my family tend to be quite into board games. Although so far I haven't convinced them to play Dwarf with me. Tried it once and I don't think they really understood it. Leia says friends don't let friends watch shitty ads. Thank you, Leia. It's very nice. Oh dear, I'm a bit behind with chat, aren't I? Let me try and catch up with chat because you're all talking amongst yourselves and I'm sitting here being behind. Do you know Colorama, Leia? Or are you just helping out? But thank you either way. Leia says, Newfoundland wins in strange town names. I'll let you go down that rabbit hole. Yeah, so the thing is, of course, once they were done giving their own places strange town names, the British then proceeded to colonise much of the rest of the world. And export their strange town names there as well. So, yes. There are plenty to be found. Auburn says I have no idea where the original Foundland is. Yeah, it's not New Foundland. It's Newfound Land. The old land is here in England, where they came from. Now, that's not the case with New Zealand. New Zealand is a new version of Old Zealand, which is in the Netherlands. Same with New England and New Hampshire and other such places. I am quite jealous of Hampshire because Hampshire got an entire American state named after it. Whereas Somerset did get an area of the New World named after it, but it's one of the big islands in the far north of Canada, so it's completely uninhabitable. There's a Somerset Island and there's a Devon Island, and they are much bigger than Somerset and Devon, but they are also completely unpopulated. And I feel like Hampshire got the better end of the deal on that one. Sarah says, speak for yourself. Leia says, where is old found land or recently found land? Yes. I mean, if you follow that line of argument, you could say, well, there's Newcastle, so where was Oldcastle? El Tibago says, Ratmos likes to tell people not to but whatever during the ads because you know not to buy whatever during the ads because you know what kind you like. Okay, right, yeah. So whatever you get an ad for, say no. Don't listen to the ad. Don't. You know what kind of energy drink you like. Don't buy the one that the Twitch ads are pushing you. I mean, I try not to run ads. You'll get pre-roll ads on this channel if you're not subscribed because I can't help that. Twitch will run the pre-roll ads myself unless I disable them by running more ads. And running ads in order to disable ads does strike me as a bit of a lose-lose situation, so I don't. So, I mean, hopefully once you've sat through the ads once, you do then get to watch me ramble on at you for 4 hours. I should just be in full screen, shouldn't I? I shouldn't have the game up at all, because we've just been talking for half an hour. I should also probably have the stream category as just chatting, but never mind. Grimsoul says, I want to live in the town of Pizza. Is there such a place? I mean, there's Pisa, which is close. The Leaning Tower of Pisa is not made of pizza. Okay. It's made of cheese. Everyone knows that. Easy says, of course, the definition of city in the UK is historic and very unlike the US definition. Well, the definition of city in the UK is a bit weird because people always think, oh, it's because it's got a cathedral, but it isn't. In the UK, it's a city if the monarch signs a bit of paper saying it's a city, but of course, actually, the monarch just, everything they do is a formality. So it's a city if the government decides it's a city and tells the monarch to sign a bit of paper saying it's a city. But historically, cities were considered cities if they had cathedrals. Therefore, there are some small places that were cities, and they've been allowed to continue being cities. Meanwhile, places like Birmingham, which didn't have a cathedral and therefore wasn't a city, is allowed to be one. And every so often they add new ones. Often, like, I think the Diamond Jubilee and then the Platinum Jubilee, they added new cities when those happened. So a lot of places are cities only since like the last 10 or 20 years. But yes, in the UK, city generally means a big, significant place. And a smaller place would be called a town or a village if it's really small. Whereas in America, it tends to be that anywhere that has an incorporated government, like distinct from the state or county, is called a city. So even if there's like 6 people there, if they have a mayor and they have organized meetings and stuff, then it's a city. So you have lots of very small cities, and obviously also lots of big ones. And you also have places like the Las Vegas Strip is not actually in Las Vegas, it's in Paradise, which is unincorporated, so you don't have to pay taxes, so it's not technically a city or something like that. Americans will know the situation better than I do. Colorama says, I got some weird town names in my state. Yes, I have seen some before. I'm more knowledgeable of the ones in the UK, obviously, but I definitely get the feeling when the westward expansion was taking place in America, there were definitely some groups of settlers who clearly got there at the end of a very tiring, dangerous journey and were just like, I can't be asked to name this place, just call it Big Creek or something, and then 300 years later we're stuck with that name. Harry says, Wells is tiny, my town is bigger than it. Yes, Wells is the smallest city in England. It's not the smallest city in the UK because St David's in Wales is smaller, and that's also one that has a cathedral and was like, except that it was like pre-accepted into the city list because of that. Also, St David's Cathedral is tiny. This is the thing. So people say, oh, well, yeah, it's got a cathedral. Its cathedral is about the size of a typical English parish church, whereas Wells Cathedral is actually massive. It is actually proper cathedral sized. Because that was the significant place. The bishop of Wells Cathedral is the Bishop of Bath and Wells. Bath is now a much bigger city, and it was a Roman city, so it's been around a long time. But Bath and Wells share a bishop, and Wells is like, that's where the bishop's home was. Harry has seen it. So that religiously, that was the more significant place. It's weird how these things work out. Obviously, this is all stuff that was going on centuries ago. So yeah, it then just other places grew faster because, you know, but Bristol was actually not that big, and then it was a port, and then it became really, really important, and then it grew massively. And Wells was not a port because it's in the middle of Somerset. So yeah, you end up with the cities that are big now are not the cities that were big in medieval England, apart from London. London has always been the biggest city in the UK by a considerable margin. Tibago says, the Chesterfield was named after Lord Philip Stanhope, the 4th Earl of Chesterfield, which is nowhere near Chester. Chesterfield and Chester are different places. As I say, there's a lot of places in the UK with Chester in the name. There's Manchester, there's Ilchester, there's Colchester. There's also places like Worcester, which is spelt Worcester, but people got bored of saying the Chester, so they sort of cut it off. So Chester is kind of, it's like Tun or Hampton or whatever. Like Northampton and Southampton are nowhere near each other either. It's just a suffix that means place, basically. And we do love naming things after our aristocracy as well. Chesterfield is not the only thing to be named after the Earl of something. The Sandwich was named after the Earl of Sandwich because he wanted to eat a snack without getting his fingers dirty while playing cards, so he stuck some stuff between 2 slices of bread. And of course, he treated this as a innovative invention. But of course, the Cornish will tell you that they solved the problem many years beforehand by wrapping everything in pastry and calling it a pasty. And the pasties are superior to sandwiches. New Jersey, New York, and even old New York was once New Amsterdam. Yes, New York was named after Amsterdam, and then it was named after York. I studied at York University, in Old York University in the UK. It does not bear much resemblance to New York. It's a fairly small by UK standards city, very historical. There's a street called the Shambles that has old half-timbered buildings that overhang the street, so it's only about that wide at the top. Has a big cathedral, York Minster, has an old city wall. Basically doesn't look like New York in any conceivable way. Doesn't look much like Amsterdam either. Toronto was called New York before it was called Toronto. Yes. A lot of places in the Americas that were established by colonists changed names several times as the colonies changed hands. New Amsterdam originally being a Dutch colony. They tended to want to name things after the place they'd come from, not the place where other colonists had come from. Essex in the US is just Essex, not New Essex. Not sure what's up with that. Essex has a bit of a reputation in the UK, so maybe they didn't think it was worthy of being called New. I don't know. Toronto is a Mohawk word, Toronto, which means where there are trees standing in the water. Yeah, so a trend you find in the United States as well, I think, is the further west you go, the more likely it is that the name will be at least somewhat, not all of them by any means, but a greater proportion of the names will have an indigenous basis, because they didn't wipe out the natives quite so quickly. I want to put that a bit more sensitively, but you get my drift. And also, a lot of the stuff in the southwest US has Spanish names, because it was first colonized by Spain. And area around Louisiana has French names because it was first colonized by French. This was back in the days when you could just buy vast chunks of land from other countries. That's not really a thing that happens anymore. Oldcastle was in the same place, but they built the new castle on top of it. Now Izzy is thinking with her brain. Intermediate castle or middle castle? Middleham Castle. Yeah, but explain elephant and castle. That's the one that gets me. What's the... Why have they put the elephant... How did they get the elephant up the stairs? Because there would be a spiral staircase in the tower. How did they get the elephant up there? And why did they want an elephant in the first place? The fourth one stayed up, says Orban-Dusk. Yes. Yes, if there's a castle there now, that just means they built it well enough to stay up. Funnily, a lot of the castles in the UK are actually in ruins, not because they are old and they crumbled, but around the time when castles were starting to become obsolete, we had a civil war. And so when a castle was captured, it was destroyed to stop the other side from using it. And then they were never rebuilt, because after that, castles were obsolete. So in the 1600s, we had the English Civil War. So near where I live, there's a very small village called Nunney, which has a castle called Nunney Castle, which is actually quite unusual because it's built in the French style of castle, not the English style. And it's a ruin. Most of the outer wall is still there, but it's all ruined inside. That's not because it's been neglected for 400 years. It was built sturdily enough that if it had just been neglected for 400 years, it would still be mostly intact. It's a ruin because in the Civil War, it was destroyed to stop the royalists from using it. So, yeah, and that actually applies to a huge number of the castles in the UK. I'm still behind in chat, aren't I? I wish Nespo was here to see this, because Leia, if you're in Nespo's stream next, you'll have to tell her Emma got behind on chat. Leia says we have a county here called Middlesex. Yes, we have Middlesex, Sussex, and there was once Wessex. There was a kingdom of Wessex before the Kingdom of England was formed. The area was controlled by smaller kingdoms, one of which was called Wessex. You had Middlesex, Sussex, Wessex. There was not a Nor-Six, because the Saxons didn't control the north. You had Sussex, Middlesex, Wessex, Essex. No, nothing to do with sex, by the way. The sex bit comes from the Saxons. There was no sex being had in any... Well, there was, but, you know. Matcha says coding class is over. Yeah, This is now a just chatting stream. I'll probably do some more coding later in the stream, maybe after we do the Botany Redeem. Yeah, Tibago explains Middlesex, bastardized version of Middle Saxon, who were the people who lived there. No seat, no seaty, no city. Cathedral means chair. Yes. Well, a cathedral. It's a cathedral. The full name is a cathedral church. And a cathedral church is a church that has a cathedra, and a cathedra, which is the same word without the L in the end, that's the name of the seat that the bishop sits in. It's a bit like a throne. But that's not the definition of city anymore. There have been lots of new cities created in the last 20-30 years that don't have cathedrals. So that's actually nothing to do with it anymore. Leia says, that track's very cool. We have loads of places with the same name as places in the UK and Motherland after all. Yes. We exported a lot of things, and place names was one of them. One of the nearest cities to me is also tiny, says Harry. Yes, a lot of the... There are places that grew and became significant, and places that just sort of chilled and went, you know what? Nah. I don't feel like growing. I'm just going to chill. Bath and Wells sounds like a law firm. Well, yes. So the most of the bishop areas. I don't know what the name for them is. The UK is split into regions, each of which is controlled by a bishop. And in theory, this is all still like an active. It sounds like some silly historical thing, but the UK is still technically a religious state. We still have the Church of England as our official state religion. The king is also the head of the Anglican Church. We still have bishops in the House of Lords. It's all very archaic. So yeah, officially we have these bishops and they're in charge of these areas. And it's usually like you have the Archbishop of York is just the York bishop area. But Bath and Wells have to share. Funny that you say law firm. Wells Cathedral has like a wall round it which separated the cathedral land from the commoners and the rest of the city. You can tell not all of the wall is still there, but you can tell where it started and ended, because inside the wall there's this big green lawn and outside the wall there's all these densely packed buildings. Part of the wall is now used by a law firm. So there's this law firm whose office is the room above a medieval gatehouse, which is quite spectacular. And then they have this weird, they have a new building on the back.
Crossleaved Heath, Bog Heather, Bell Heath, Erica Tetralix.
Thank you for the redeemed Teabagger. Yeah, they have this medieval gatehouse with like a 60s concrete building on the back, which is a bit silly. The bishop has Emma's dream garden. I'm not sure if that specifically is my dream garden, Harry. I certainly wouldn't want to open it to the public and have all those people milling around. It is a very nice garden, though. It's quite expensive to go in, so I usually don't. But as a treat, while me and Harry were there, I paid for us both to go round. And it is a very nice garden. And I'm not that I'm not that interested in all like the modern planting they've done. But they, on the old palace walls, they do have some really rare ferns, which I had a good look at while I was there with Harry. So that was an interesting thing. Worcestershire sauce like the sauce. Yes, everybody says Worcestershire if they're American, but it's Worcestershire. Why would you say all the letters in your place names when you can leave them out and confuse people? We have a York University here too. I'll tell Les we talk almost daily, yes. There was much more sex before 1066. Well, Will fucked everything up for everybody. I don't know about that. I think that probably just increased the amount, to be honest, because the Norman invaders were integrating themselves into the population. Okay, I think we're almost caught up now. Thank you, Tibago, for doing all those redeems. Leia has redeemed Ask Emma. If you could have supper without anyone dead or alive, who would it be? I realise you meant to say with. To answer your original question, I have supper without anyone every day. It's quite lonely. I can't say I recommend it. Interesting question there. So, if you could have supper with anyone, dead or alive, who would it be? I'm going to rule out anyone dead because having supper with a dead person is a bit weird. Like, what, you've just got their corpse propped up opposite you on the table? No, I don't know. You see, most people would probably say somebody famous. But I'm just not that interested in meeting famous people. So I'd probably say, like, one of my online friends that I haven't been able to meet before, like Ophelia or someone like that. If I had to choose one person, I would probably say Ophelia. But, you know, not to say that there's not other friends I want to meet, like El Tibago, and Harry, who I have met. Yeah, I don't think I'd say, oh, this famous person. Not even like a famous botanist, because, I mean, I guess I could talk about botany to them, but I already know lots of people that I talk about botany with, so yeah, I would say, yeah, I would say the my biggest wish would be to close the distance that we have to suffer through with these online friendships. I'm sorry if that's a bit of a cheesy answer, but that's my answer. Leia says, "Oh no, best Emma is always invited to supper here." I'm glad to hear I'm invited. I mean, if I'm ever in Canada, I'll be sure to pop by. Like, I'm saying this as if Canada is one place where everyone knows everyone else. I don't think I ever will be. I'm sorry to say. Oh, hello, Livio Azulivio, if I'm saying that name correctly. Thank you for the follow. And welcome in. We were playing a video game about an hour ago, but this has somehow turned into a chatting stream. There will be more video gaming soon, I promise. Leo says, "You're so talented, I love your mods, Gertie." By mods, do you mean my Twitch mods? Do you mean Debago and Harry? Or are you under the impression that I made some mods for a video game? Because I don't remember doing that. Unless there's somebody else named Gertie who's out there writing mods, in which case thank you for apparently directing people to my Twitch stream. Leia says, "I loved it, it's not a famous person." Indeed, yes. And I would like to meet Ophelia if she is okay with it, of course. But obviously, it's not everybody wants to, and that's absolutely fine. There says, absolutely small little spot. The invitation is always open, and I'm glad to hear it. Yes, I know there's a little community of Canadian streamers who seem to know each other. Canada, I mean, it's a weird place because it's huge, but everybody lives in the southern strip of it that's kind of vaguely habitable. So it's west and east coast of Canada are like two ends of this really long strip that, you know, you might as well be in a different country. Especially since at one end you're speaking French and at the other end you're probably not. Anyway, yeah, Teabagger did do some redeems. So we had a drink water, which I will do, and then we had some botany. Cross-leaved heath, bog heather, or bell heath? And we'll do a stretch as well, as per your request. Ow. You can tell how much I haven't stretched by how loudly the crunch is when I try. As usual, I don't think I've stretched enough today. Sorry, still haven't been able to shake this cough. So, one of my favourite views anywhere in the UK is probably open moorland with heather that's in flower, because you have these rolling hills where the whole hill is completely covered in heather, and it turns this beautiful purple colour at the right time of year, and it literally does look like the hill is purple. I think if you painted it, people would say, "Oh, you made that up. It's not really that colour," but it literally is. We don't have much heather in Somerset. because we don't have much moorland. We have a very small amount of heathland on top of the Mendips. And we get two main kinds of heather. There is common or ling heather, and then there's bell heather. And they have quite distinct flowers, but it's the same basic shape, low-lying shrub with purple flowers. The one that El Tibago has requested, Tetralix, is not either of the common ones. And what I'm not sure is if it's common somewhere else. You definitely don't get it in Somerset, but I will have a look at my book and see what we can find. I'm just looking for some good photos of it, which I will put up on the screen for you. So, Bell Heather. This one, I noticed one of the common names is Bell Heath. It's not the same plant as Bell Heather, but they do both have very similar flowers, and the flowers are kind of bell-shaped. So I see why it got that name. Just looking for a photo that also shows the leaves. That's quite a good one. So this is the cross-leaved heath. And you can see the flowers are sort of globular but then open at one end, sort of like a bell. It is called cross-leaved because of the very distinctive pattern of the leaves. If you look at the photo on the right is maybe a little bit better. I don't know how well it comes out for viewers. But the leaves are arranged very differently than they are on other heathers. If I get up one of the other ones. Just for comparison. This is actually an illustration, not a photo, but it shows the leaves quite well. This is ling heather. This is the most common type of heather, and you can see that the leaves just sort of branch out from the stem, whereas on cross-leaved they're actually arranged in cross shapes up the stem. That's hence the name. Oh dear. Chat is still chatting, by the way. I haven't fully caught up. El Tibago says you also maybe have a late 1950s scooter subculture. Leia says Ness and I went to high school together. We have known each other forever. Yes, because the further north you go, more uninhabitable it gets. Yes, so Canada is like inhabited Canada is like a strip along the top of America. If only the British had managed to hold on to a little bit more further south of the colonies, rather than it all going to the United States, then Canada would be a bit thicker and more populated. But that's where the boundary ended up being. Yeah, I was aware that you and Ness knew each other in real life, but then every time I find a Canadian streamer, it seems like they know another Canadian streamer, like Heroin to Birds, who doesn't stream anymore, unfortunately. Because her stream got banned because Twitch didn't understand the difference between heroin as in female hero and heroin the drug, and her stream was named as in heroin the female hero, not as in the drug, but they banned it anyway. But she knew Nespa, not in person, but knew. And yeah, so far every Canadian streamer I come across, it's from another Canadian streamer. Quebec is French and New Brunswick is bilingual, yes. But you have to take French till grade 10. Yes, so a lot of Canadians can speak French if they need to, but will not day to day, is my understanding on that. French Canadian French isn't like Parisian French, it's all a bit of a mess. To be honest, I think a lot of French isn't like day-to-day French isn't like French taught in schools. The thing with French is French as in French spoken in France. They have a an organisation. They have an academy that decides what is and isn't proper French, and they are a bit traditionalist and resilient to loan words coming into the language. So what you'll find is that in day-to-day speech, French people, especially young French people, will be using English loanwords like le weekend. And meanwhile, the academy will be saying, no, that's not French. So we can't teach that in schools because that's not real French. So the difference to the French Canadians who are off kind of doing their own thing, obviously, is perhaps less of a difference than you might think. But yes, they are. It is effectively a dialect of French, I guess. I don't know how it's actually classified. Divago says, looks like there's some on the Mendips and some west of Glastonbury. Okay, I didn't realise we had this one. I thought we just had Link Heather and Bell Heather. That's interesting to know. Leia says, because we talk Parisian French, they understand us, we cannot understand their casual language. Yeah, I mean, people should be taught in their own language. People growing up speaking a dialect should be taught in that dialect. They shouldn't be forced to learn a language that's spoken on another continent, the other side of the Atlantic. But there we go. Giving birds drugs. Drugs are expensive. Who's giving them to the birds? I don't think the problem was the suggestion that they were giving drugs to birds. I think they just had some automated thing flag the username, and then a support person who was too stupid to understand the difference between two English words that sound the same but are spelt different and mean something completely different. I was once on vacation in Cuba and had Parisian French speakers on one side of us and French Canadian on the other, and the French ladies were like, what the hell language is that? We were the middle ground. I love that. Yeah, it's like, don't ask me, it's your language. You caused this situation. If you didn't want this, you shouldn't have come all the way here and colonised Quebec. You've only got yourselves to blame. Okay. Let's actually have a look at some botany, shall we? LT Virgo says, yeah, I'm waiting for the day I get the old banhammer because of my Twitch name. If it gets to the point that they consider the word teabag to be bannable, I think we should just give up on Twitch as a platform. But hopefully that day doesn't come. Okay. Erica Tetralix. So yeah, fun fact, the word Erica, well, I guess the name Erica, actually means heather. It's Latin for heather. Which is interesting because Heather is a female name and Erica is a female name. So I wonder if people called Erica and people called Heather know that they're actually they've got the same name in a sense. So this is Tetralix. Is the other book. Erica Tetralix. Cross-leaved heath. A sprawling low shrub that is ubiquitous in wet heath, valley mires and blanket bog, extending into drier heath in southwestern Britain. It is usually restricted to wet, nutrient-poor organic soils, typically peat, but can also grow in mesotrophic or eutrophic conditions. It has undergone a widespread decline in the lowland margins of its British range since the 1960s due to extensive loss of wet heathlands to agriculture, quarrying and forestry. However, it is still common wherever suitable habitat occurs in northern and western Britain and Ireland. being ubiquitous in many parts of Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. So, yeah. It used to be more common on low ground, but basically any ground that was suitable for agriculture in the UK has already been turned into agricultural land. So heather is restricted to the moorland. So it's now found in the areas of higher ground in the UK. So the Scottish Highlands, the Pennines, the Welsh Mountains, a little bit in the southwest on Dartmoor and Exmoor and Bodmin Moor, quite a bit in Western Ireland as well. Yes. Teabago points out that Teabag is actually censored on Xbox Live, and so he has to put numbers in his name, which is ridiculous. And as Harry points out, if Teabag gets banned, how could this site operate in the UK? This is the thing. I realise the Americans might just see it as an offensive slang term, but you realise that teabags are an actual thing. That tea leaves come in and you put them in your cup and make the tea, and then you drink the tea, and that's... Are you telling us that we're not allowed to do that? Are you telling that if somebody does a cooking stream and they make a cup of tea and they use a tea bag, are they going to get banned? Like... That would be a little bit ridiculous, don't you think? Or are you saying any tea making streams have to use loose leaf tea? Is that what the policy is going to be? Leia says, now I want a tea. Ah, well. I'm afraid I cannot help you with that. Ooh. It would depend how many times you dunk the bag into the tea. Yeah, good point. Tea bagging the tea bag is not how you make a good cup of tea. Leia says, I used to use tea bags to make printer paper look old for assignments in school. Yeah, I think we all had to do that in the UK at some point. Or at least I did. See, this is something you've inherited from us as Canadians, there. Okay. So cross-leaved heath. I'll bring up a distribution map as well. But as I mentioned, it's basically anywhere with moorland. I didn't realise it was as common as it is. It seems like it's pretty much exactly the same distribution as bell heather, which is actually next to it on the same page. I'm familiar with bell heather, but I'm not familiar with cross-leaved heath. So yeah, I mean the areas I was describing, Wales, Scottish Highlands, Pennines, etc. Teabago mentioned there was a little bit in Somerset, and you're right, this is the Mendip Hills here. So it looks like there are actually records of cross-leaved heath near Priddy and just north of Cheddar Gorge. Here's Cheddar Gorge. No cheese puns, please, thank you. But it's it would once, before humans got involved, have been covering most of the hill, I imagine, like it still is. See, here's the distribution on Exmoor and Dartmoor for comparison, and Bodmin Moor. And also the New Forest as well. Yeah. It's not endangered because look at Scotland, but it's a shame that it's so rare in Somerset now. As you can see, it is very pretty when it's in full flower. And it's not just, I mean, yes, you can look close up at a plant and go, oh, that looks nice. What I really find stunning is the effect of an entire hillside of heather. Just literally having a purple hill. There's not really any other flower that would do that. I mean, sometimes you get a field full of dandelions and it looks like the whole field's yellow, but you can still see the green grass in between. because heather has such small leaves, it does actually just look purple, I think. The multiple uses of tea bags. Well, only one of them is an actual use of tea bags. LT says if you start getting to British levels of tea making, you'll find out about needing different temperatures for different teas. I mean, you say British levels of tea making. Tea is just something that we stole off of China. You know, they're the ones who came up with all this stuff. So I'm sure they know about the different temperatures for different teas as well. There are some things we invented ourselves. Football, for example. Tea is not one of them. Chicken tikka masala is one. That was not invented in India, that was invented in Glasgow. LT says our friend Alice Sitz has been making paper tea bags. Oh, that's nice. Alice does so many lovely little crafting things. It always amazes me. I know she's not here, but let me give Alice a quick shout out. If you like watching Cozy Crafting stream, is it Alice Sits with an underscore? Let me just check. I think it is. Yes, it is. He is so cozy. There's the shout out. I think everybody should go there. Yeah. Some Scot asked for gravy with his ticker, and then that's how it was invented. Good old Scottish people demanding gravy with everything. Okay, shall we actually play a video game again? These workers have been standing here patiently for an hour and a half now. Waiting for me to do something. Did I fix the program or was it still broken? I can't remember. Okay, no, the program is still broken. Okay, good. Good to know. Right, these guys should be swapping round. So you're checking for a wall, and there isn't one. So then you're checking, is your number less than the number to the left? Which it is. So you're going to pick it up and swap. Meanwhile, this guy... Oh, this guy is listening for coffee time. Why have we not told him coffee time? Hang on. Why have we not told him coffee time? Oh, tell coffee time like that. There we go. Now, coffee time. Okay, now we know it's okay to do our comparison. So that comparison, those were in the same order. Those guys on the left are swapping. You see, they all get out of sync with each other because they'll all go at different speeds, but that's fine as long as each pair stays in sync. And each pair should stay in sync because they both agree when it's coffee time. I feel like there should be a British localized version of this game where you're allowed to put tea time instead of coffee time as one of the commands. But there isn't. Union breaks, isn't there? Harry says we love a good tangent. I mean, yeah, but there's tangents and then there's just the entire stream. It's not really a tangent if the entire stream just turns into chatting. Ophelia has done that a couple of times. There have been Ophelia streams which were 3 hours of chatting with a video game title screen up on the stream. And no gameplay was had. This is coming dangerously close to being one of those streams. Okay, let's see if they can actually do the... yeah, coffee time. Can you do the swap? Okay, they can do the swap. Can they continue to do swaps? No. Okay, the ones on the left are stuck. Oh, yeah. Okay. We this is not working. Okay, so I think it's left person who's not doing it properly. So step left, listen, coffee time. The worker, do all this. Oh, this needs to be an else. Actually, no, they do need to, because this will then take effect on the first side, so that's okay. Step, if there's a wall, step down, tell coffee time. Step left. Oh, I didn't put the jump onto the step left, so they'll never actually go. That's the problem. Okay, let's try that again. Where are you? They didn't swap. What's going on? Why didn't you swap? Once they've synced up with the coffee time, they should both decide. They should both decide to swap, because they're checking the same thing. This comparison is just this comparison seen from the other side. Oh, thanks for doing the shout out to Ophelia. I hope. Yes, everybody go watch Ophelia. She's awesome. And has actually been doing gameplay recently, not just tangents. Been playing Mass Effect. Lots of fun. Oh, why? Yeah, why are you swapping places without picking up your? No, I didn't try jiggling the cable. Why are you swapping places without your? Maybe I shouldn't start by stepping. Maybe that's the problem. So you're listening for coffee time to know that the other one has checked if there's a wall there or not. Then we do our little dance. The pick up, step, drop, step dance, where we should go droop, droop, bloop, bloop, and swap places. But it's not always working for some reason. So that works. Look, they've just swapped places. And then they swap back. Okay. Yeah, okay. I've taken the step out, so they're not going to move. They're just going to sit there forever now. They need to actually step after they finished though. Maybe if I put the step down here. Actually, maybe I put the step here. They need to do it regardless of which one they are. So, yeah, do the swap. There we go. And then, yeah. When you both say it's coffee time, that means it's time to compare blocks. Yeah. And swap them. Yeah. And then move. Yeah. And then when you get there... Now Olivia... No, not Olivia. This one. Rosemary. I get Olivia and Rosemary mixed up, okay? They kind of look the same to me. Rosemary is going to go, oh, we're at the wall. I need to move down. And then say coffee time. Gustavo is going to see that Rosemary's moved down and go, oh, we must be at the wall. I'm going to come down as well. But he hasn't. He's picked up his block and he's trying to swap it. So what's going on here? Oh, we need to... No, we still need to swap the final two blocks. So we actually need to... We need to do this bit after we've done the swap. We need to do the swap first. Then we need to check if we run into the wall. The coffee time is just a sync command to make sure the pair are staying in sync with each other. And they should swap every time a number on... The idea is to get the numbers sorted from left to right. Smallest number at the front, biggest number at the end. Right, okay. They've both realised they're at the wall. And they're setting off. The pair is setting off. Now they need to reform into a pair at the other end. Can they manage that? No. Well, yes, but they missed one. They did reform into a pair, but they missed the first pair of numbers. So, yeah. This isn't going to work. Because they're missing... Are they sorting the final pair? Let me do a run where the final pair is the wrong order. Yeah. Is that 35 and 15 at the end getting sorted? Or now 75 and 15. No, it isn't. That's a problem as well. Okay. Yeah, we need to have the step here, but that's where we had it before and it didn't work. I don't know, I might skip this level for now and come back to it. It is like a bonus extra hard level, which is why it's on this branch. Having said that, you know, these are also extra hard levels. I'm gonna stick to the main path and maybe just try and get some more levels done because I don't understand why they're not doing what I'm telling them to. Let's have a look at lazy pathways. Have you seen my legs? I haven't either. They're pretty short, though I don't like to walk any further than I need to. I would like to know, how far would I need to walk to reach every point in the room? Every tile surrounding me is one tile away, then two. I've filled out a few of the distances already, as you can see. Yes, you're welcome. Please go change all those 99s to display the minimum number of tiles I'd have to walk to get to that position. I'll be here. All data cubes must display the minimum number of tiles the boss would have to walk to get to it. Okay, we have to bear in mind the boss can walk diagonally, so yeah, this is a 1 and this is a 2. So yeah, all the ones that have been filled in so far are correct. And the 99s obviously aren't. This is kind of the opposite of the glory hole level. Rather than following a trail of descending numbers, we're making one. I am wondering if once again we're going to be breaking out the random meandering around option. Leia says the what? Were you not here, Leia, when we did level... Actually, I was thinking that was the previous level, but it was 2 hours ago because we went on such a big tangent. The previous level before the one I got stuck on was called Glory Hole. This game is rated Peggy 3, by the way. Let me just skip through this. The only problem I'm seeing with having a random walk to cover the grid is how long is it going to take them to find these tiles nestled in this little alcove here. I'm going to try it, but who knows. So, step any which way. If there is a data cube here, then we need to find the minimum of all the adjacent data cubes, and then our cube needs to be the minimum plus 1. So we find the minimum number of steps to get to any adjacent tile and then add 1. I was thinking, do we just write the 99s? But I don't think that's going to work. If we were doing this in a smarter way, it might work, but if we're just doing it with a random walk, what could happen is somebody could walk along this path and get to this 1. Sorry. Somebody could walk along this path, so they could go 4, 4, 3, and then they could walk to this 99 here. And they could be like, well, I walked 1 tile from the 3, so this is a 4. It actually needs to be a 2. But that would be okay if later somebody walked up here and then came down and then they'd correctly fill it in. So I think tiles might have the wrong numbers and then get updated later with lower numbers. So I think we just have to always update it. So if there's a data cube, do the for each dir thing again. Let's start off with 99. And then in each direction, if the cube in that direction is less than what we've got in memory, then set the memory to that item. Actually, it needs to be that item plus 1, doesn't it? Well, no. We don't need to plus 1 every time, so set it there. And then there's no point writing it if it's a 99. So if mem1 is less than 99, if it's 99, that just means we wandered over here and we just found 99s everywhere. If mem1 is less than 99, add 1 to it, and then write it to the cube. Pick up, write mem1, and then do that forever, and I think that will solve the puzzle. It might be slow, but it will solve it. Let's see. Leia says, I haven't had a cup of tea in like literally years. I always opt for coffee and just happened to be gifted a box of Orange Pico at Christmas and I've been missing out. Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that you've discovered a liking for tea. I see a problem here. They're making some of the numbers too big. Look, this guy's up to 17 on that number. That's not right. I guess, because somebody else had picked up the cube. Yeah, we need to add a check. If it's less than 99 and it's also got to be less than what's currently written on the cube. So don't update the cube if it would mean putting a higher number on it. There we go. Okay, I think it's working now, look, because we've got 1s here, we've got 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s. Yeah, I think they are building the correct pattern. The only problem is, because it's a random walk, it's taking them absolutely forever to find their way around this corner. We could be here for a while. If I was more organised, I might have left this level running while we had a just chatting segment, but we've kind of just done that, haven't we? So, Leia says, I feel like this is a visual representation of my brain, but nothing of value is produced at the end. I mean, we are producing something. We're producing a distance matrix of how far each cell is from the boss's desk. I'm not convinced that that's actually useful, but we are producing something. As I feared, it's taking them a very long time to find this little hole to write the correct numbers in. Ah, they found one of them. Oh, hang on. No, hang on. They're writing the wrong numbers. How did you get ones down here? You're writing the wrong numbers. How did you make a 1? What? The numbers are getting too small. How did you get a 1 down there? You should never be able to write a lower number than any adjacent number. It's always set to 99. Go around the directions. Only set it if it's one of the other directions is smaller. And then at the end, if it's we have set it to something, so not 99, and the thing we've set it to is less than what was there, pick it up and write it. Pro Stoic says, I don't know what I'm remotely looking at, but that's okay, you're crushing it. Hello, Pro Stoic. We're playing 7 Billion Humans, which is a programming puzzle game. I did pretty well at the earlier levels, but these later levels are hard and I'm failing horribly. Leia says, my husband is a computer software engineer and I imagine he does something like this. It's not exactly like this. We definitely the part where I'm staring at code, not understanding why it's not working, that part is accurate. But we don't have little animated people running around to show us what the program is doing. We just have a computer and we have to make it work somehow. Leia, you were gifting so many subs today. That's another one you've gifted. Thank you so much for gifting to Pro Stoic. That is very, very generous of you. Pro Stoic, you get to use the Emma emotes. You get to use all the cute flowers. Look at all these cute flowers you get to use. Thank you so much. Leia says, the man with a voice like butter himself, in relation to Pro Stoic, I assume. Yes, I should do a shout out for Pro Stoic, really. VTuber streamer, very high energy, fun to watch. Follows the tenets of Stoic philosophy. And his wife also streams. They have shared an account in the past, although she does have her own account as well now. Has a voice for audiobooks. Yeah, he does have a nice voice, I will say that. Right, why on earth is this not working? I must have done something wrong. Start again. I'm wondering, when I do this random step, if I take this out, so they can step any direction except directly right, and I'm wondering if that would bias them towards going left, which would make them more likely to find this area. Maybe that would work. And then... is it the thing where they're miscounting because... are they miscounting because other people are picking up data cubes? That could be the problem. Okay, so we need to synchronize it. And we need to choose somebody who's going to announce coffee time on each cycle. Okay, so let's say it's this top. I can do it, this top right guy, because we can identify him. We can say if this way is a wall. Actually, we can just say if this way is a wall. And... this way is a wall. He's the only one that has those things. Then set mem4 to 1. And then we have a loop which consists of step somewhere. Make sure there's a cube there. Look at every adjacent tile. If it's a cube, set mem1 to 9. This is going to be mem2. If mem2 is a cube and it's less than mem1, then set mem1 to mem2. Once we've looked at them all, if we actually found anything that wasn't 99, so if mem1 is less than 99, and also it's not it's not more than what's on the cube already. So mem2 is less than or equal to what's already on the cube. We need to add 1 as well. Count mem2 plus 1. Mem1 is less than 99 and mem2 is less than or equal to what's on the cube. Actually, no, strictly less than what's on the cube. Then pick up the cube. Write mem2 of it. And then drop it. That should be mem1. That should be mem. Yeah, okay. And I was just thinking, do we need to synchronize this? And I've just realized we can't need to synchronize it. They haven't given us the synchronization commands. The listen and tell commands, those are yellow. They haven't given us the yellow commands. So we can't do that bit anyway. Okay, how are we going to do this without coffee time? I don't get it. How is this going to work without coffee time? It's going to be chaos. Let me run it again. Maybe I just wrote something wrong the first time. Pro Stoic says, help, I'm being rizzed to death. Oh, by Leia, who says, has a voice for audiobooks. His wife is lovely, just great people. I'm glad you like Pro Stoic so much. He is a very good streamer. Hi Key, great time at Pro Stoic, hilarious, genuine and smart. It is so kind of you to say, Leia. Leia says, Hubby went to school for computers and math, and Leia went to school for people and psychology. Head thinker and heart thinker. Interesting, funny arguments. Yes, I suppose I fall into the first of those categories. I don't understand people's emotions at all. But, such is the way of things. I wish I did. Leia says, except now I'm a health and safety inspector, but that's a story of another time. Well, it's good to have a health and safety inspector who understands psychology. I think that's actually very important. You understand why people are motivated to ignore safety regulations sometimes. And you can try and come up with ways of preventing them from doing that. Leia says, that's the question I ask each morning. How is it going to be possible without coffee time? I can't help but notice they haven't actually updated any of the cubes, so this solution isn't working either. Also, I think this might be biasing them too much towards the left. Right, why is this not working? Let's look at somebody, let's look at this person. So, we're interested in what mem1 is set to. Mem1 is set to 3. 3 is less than 99 and 3 is less than 4. So why did you not pick it up? What? Yeah, this person. Okay, so they're there. For each direction. Wait, what? So we count plus 1 is 3. 3 is less than 99, and 3 is less than the tile we're standing on, which is 99. Why are you not... Do I need to set a memory slot to the current position? Is that why? Oh no, this... no, I don't want to ask you for help. I want to solve it myself. Does that need to be one? There. Okay. Does that work? Okay, yeah, they're actually writing things on the cubes now. Okay, let's leave that running for a bit, see if it works. People are chatting again. Stoic says, I feel like my philosophy helped fill a lot of blanks. Leia says something, I'm something, and people's emotions are very confusing for me sometimes. Despite the educational backing, my black and white thinking sometimes wants to just give people a little love tap and be like, smarten up. 3 is less than 99 is the kind of math logic I can get on board with. Well, you apparently better than these workers. Okay, right, they finally did it. They finally did it. Phew, that was a lot of work. Good job, everyone. But I'm being transferred to another office, so our cleaning team will need to clear this all up. I'm sure they'll appreciate what a great job you did. Yeah, that feeling when you've been working on a project for 6 months and it gets cancelled. Okay, we did not use 11 or fewer commands, and we did not complete it fast enough. Okay. Well, that didn't go well. Can we save a command? Let's. I keep failing to optimize these things. Can we save one command? The step is obviously necessary. Can we get away without the if it's a data cube? I think we can. It'll be slower because they'll waste time trying to pick up cubes that aren't there. But I think we can do it without actually having to check if there's a data cube. Stoic says, how people think they get out of any mileage out of being destructively self-serving or cruel, stuff like that, without realizing they're actually hurting themselves. Leia says to Stoic, I have a foot in the school board and a foot in the union, so I uphold the collective agreement on behalf of the amount of principals who are literally criminally negligent and just pathetic. Yes. Thank you, Leia, for actually trying to stand up for people and putting in a lot of work on that. Your work is appreciated by those who are unable to speak up for themselves, I promise you. It might not feel like that sometimes. Yeah, I don't want to get into the diagnosis layer. I have a lot of problems with that. Especially in the UK, where that wasn't done. As in, there's autism. Like the NHS will recognise that autism is this thing, but they will just lump everybody into one bucket. They won't distinguish the type. So they record me as having a learning disability, and they treat me as though I'm learning disabled because I had a diagnosis of what was then Asperger's years ago, but they refuse to accept that that's a thing that exists now, and they therefore refuse to treat that any different than any other autism. So every year I have to have this frankly insulting review of my learning disabled status, and then I explain to a GP the situation, and they go, yeah, it's stupid, we're not going to take you off the system, we're not going to change it because the GP practice gets extra funding if they have learning disabled people. So the GP practice is like, yeah, best of both worlds. We get extra money and we don't have to spend it on you in any way. They do absolutely nothing to support me. They just pocket the extra money and use it for something else. And I'm all in favour of NHS GP practices getting extra money. But yeah, the money that they're being given because I'm on their register that their practice, they freely admit they're not using to benefit me in any way, and therefore they'll continue to subject me to this learning disabled process every year. And all the correspondence sent to me arrives in large print easy read format, and anytime I call them they want to speak to my carer instead of me and other such bullshit that I have to put up with. So yeah, they don't distinguish between different types of autism, so it's a bit difficult. When you're saying things like that there, you have to remember that not every country in the world has a competent healthcare service. Yeah, I got that you meant on behalf of workers. Advocacy has always been my jam, says Leia. That's very good. It's not the fact it's a spectrum, Leia. It's nothing to do with the fact it's a spectrum. It's just the fact that there's different types. Like, nobody goes, oh, diabetes is a spectrum. But you wouldn't expect a health service to get confused between type 1 diabetes and type 2 diabetes. It's the same problem. Yeah. They just don't... The system doesn't work, is the problem. Leia says, I was designated gifted twice during my schooling, so riddle me how that is. Well... But gifted is not a medical diagnosis. It doesn't do anything. There is no such medical condition as being gifted, so that doesn't really have any bearing on anything else. Like, I agree that somebody who's been labelled gifted probably doesn't have a learning difficulty, but I don't think the health service should factor in whether somebody's been labelled gifted when doing their own diagnosis of their condition, because gifted is a term with no meaning whatsoever. At most, somebody's done an IQ test, and even that actually doesn't prove anything. Leia finds the concept of a diabetic spectrum very amusing. Well, it's literally just refusing to accept that there are different types of autism. You don't have to be, it's a spectrum. You can just be like, yeah, some people are so severely autistic that they literally cannot communicate with the outside world, and some are not. The ones that aren't vastly outnumber the ones who are. And the ones who are already going to be living in, they're going to already have special arrangements in place. So if you're running a GP practice and somebody just comes in for an annual review, they're not that type of autistic. Because they wouldn't be driving themselves to the appointment and showing up and advocating for themselves, because they're not capable of doing that. And, that's not their fault. They're not. Sorry, I didn't want to get into this subject, but Leia kind of forced my hand on it. Right, did we actually meet it was 11, isn't it? Yes, look, we actually met an optimization challenge. Ignore the part where we randomly failed one of the... Actually, that's weird. How did we fail? Like, I know we could be really slow, but I'm surprised we actually failed. Maybe it just timed out. Maybe if it's really slow, it actually times out. I don't know. Anyway, we're going to carry on. Defrag Disordered is the next level. 63. Altibago says, oh yeah, I found out my official diagnosis got changed from bipolar to personality disorder. I laughed out loud at the poor doctor who told me for like 4 minutes. Okay, that's actually significantly more concerning than my case, because bipolar is really, really serious. And like... Personality disorder doesn't describe any health condition. Like, Lots of people have something wrong with their personality, but that's not a health thing. That's just that person is an asshole. Like, are you sure it just wasn't that that doctor was exceptionally idiotic, and had somehow managed to get themselves a medical degree despite that? Because Tibago, is that the same doctor who denied you bipolar medication? Which, but for those not familiar with this, if you're bipolar, you do have to have medication. This is not optional. You're going to end up in A&E if you don't. Is that the same doctor? Because that would sort of make sense then. Like, the reasoning sort of makes sense, weirdly. Like, you're not bipolar, you have personality disorder, therefore you can't have the medication that's for bipolar. The good news for Tibago is that he's in the process of moving house. So he will shortly be registered at a new GP practice, which we can hope will take a slightly more serious approach to treating bipolar. We can hope. The doctor who changed it was the same doctor the guy who told me it changed was. That's even worse, because that means 2 doctors looked at this and didn't see it. Like, if it's just one doctor being an idiot. So another doctor, not the one who changed it, looked at your notes, saw a change of diagnosis from bipolar to whatever the fuck personality disorder is, and decided that the correct course of action, rather than calling up the other doctor and say, excuse me, what the fuck are you doing, was to pass that information on to you. Were they in any way apologetic and promised to rectify the situation, or did they double down and insist that that was the correct diagnosis? Leia says there's some overlap in symptoms. For some of the things that Tibago has told me, I think we can be fairly sure he knows what he has. And yeah, bear in mind, they didn't say borderline personality disorder. They just said personality disorder. The last guy I saw wasn't a doctor, just an in-house GP mental health dude. Okay, that's... yeah. But then that's somebody then who supposedly specialises in mental health. So why do they not know the Hopefully it's better where you are now. We can't have you moving house all over the country until you find somebody who's actually willing to treat you. I've offered to pay the cost of private treatment for Tibago, but he refused, just because it's like... The idea of not getting medication for bipolar is just so mind-boggling to me. Like, why? What good do you think you're doing as a medical professional by refusing that person the medication? Like, you think they'll turn into a drug addict or something? Like, what the fuck? I'm just confused, honestly. Like, I don't get the motivation for that doctor to do that. Do they think the cost of the drugs is coming out of their paycheck? Like, what are their grounds for denying you medication? I don't get it. I just don't. I don't. Even if we assume that this person is malicious and does not have patient welfare in mind, I still don't see what the motivation could be for doing this. Sorry, I realise I shouldn't talk about this sort of stuff on stream. It's just I am not good at not talking about things. It's clearly I should probably just shut up and I don't know. I know I upset people. I upset Ophelia sometimes when I talk about things that she doesn't want me to talk about. occurred to me that I can't actually see out of my left eyeball. I think it's my glasses that's causing the problem. Could just be my eye. It's time for a reckoning. Every time we delete data, it leaves a gap in the storage room that data used to occupy. Over time, our storage rooms become fragmented, sloppy sponges, and it becomes inefficient to access or store data. So what can we do about it? We defrag our storage room. See all that fragmented data over there? Yes, please remove all the gaps between those data cubes and pack it into as few rows as possible up towards the top of the room. Don't really care about the order. Yes, like a snowplow, just shove it all up there. Remove all the gaps between data cubes, packing it into as few rows towards the top of the room as possible. The order of the cubes does not matter. Okay. So basically take all these cubes and put them up here. We do have nearest. I wonder if nearest will help us. We grab the nearest cube while we're stood at the bottom. That's going to be something that isn't in the right place. Then we can step left. If left is not a hole, then we can step left until we get to the hole, and then we can say if up is not a hole, then step up and jump. That jump should be in there. That should get us to this top left corner, holding a cube. Then we would just need to work along the rows, finding a hole to put the cube in. So we would need to step right. If there is nothing here, drop our cube, then keep stepping down until we're not at the bottom. So if down is not a hole, step down and jump. And then go back to the beginning and do it again. If we didn't find a place for our cube, then we need to keep going. So we need to keep stepping to the right, except of course that we need to make sure we're not stepping into the hole on the right of the screen. So if right is a hole, then step down and then keep stepping left until we get to the hole. So basically go left to right on the top row, then go back to the start and go left to right in the second row, and then go back and go left to right in the third row, and so on. And then we'll just fill in the rows as we go. Step left and jump. And then we need to remove this step right here because we need to be able to put cubes in the first column. So actually the step needs to be at the end here. So, why would this not work? Let's run it and see what happens. I see why we forgot quite an important thing, which was actually pick up the cube. Yeah, find the nearest cube and pick it up. And then now we're going to make our way to the top. Leia says, Delta Tibago, I hope you're able to get the sport you need. Struggle is so real and you deserve to be healthy and happy. I agree. Yes, I obviously agree with that. Leia says, okay friends, I have to get a crack on dinner here. It's been lovely chatting and hanging out. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. Tibago says, I know it's not an excuse, but mental health services where I were slammed. They can't keep psychiatrists, and there are so many people in the town who move there because they're having depression and other mental physical health problems, and the place used to be good, or they had a good time when they were a kid. Not a good place to be ill. And Tibago says, enjoy dinner, thanks for the kind words to there. Yes. Yeah, I kind of get that. Why are all my employees jumping to their deaths? By the way, yeah, that didn't quite go to plan. If right is a hole, step down, and then if left... Oh, if left is not a hole, that's why. Okay, sorry. Try that again. Okay, yeah, now they're doing the right thing, vaguely. Oh, hang on. No, there's a problem here. They have packed the cubes into as few rows as possible, but they're still going round and round, picking up the cubes on the third row and dropping them back down forever. Yeah, this is never going to complete, is it? Okay, we need an end condition on this then. Can I go to Mem 1? Yeah, go to Mem 1. If I go to Mem 1 and then check, are we in one of the top 3 rows before we pick it up? So, step up, step up. Oops. If up is now a hole, then we were on the 3rd row, and that means we've already put the cubes into as few rows as possible. We need to end. Try that. Okay. Oh, hang on. No, there is a problem. We're not actually able to fill cubes in on the far right. Because we step and then we check for a hole. Yeah, that's it. Right, we need to do this differently then. So yeah, I think we just need to add another if here. If right is not a hole, step right. We need to be able to put cubes on this final slot on the right hand side. Yeah, there we are. Okay, you just need to put your last cube in, please. Oh no, we've got the opposite problem now. We can't put cubes on the left. What the hell? How is this supposed to work? At the point we get here for the first time, we are on the far left. And then we... Right. I think we need to just do this check again if we find there's a hole. If here is nothing, then see if this works. Yes. Okay, we did it. Yes, speaking of packing, I'm going away for a little while. No, I won't be back. I'm sure your other boss will do a great job with whatever it is he does when I'm not here. What? Yes, maybe I'll get a little cottage on the lake. Maybe I'll write some mystery novels. And I always thought I'd make an excellent conductor on a ghost train. Okay. Either way, I expect I'll have a cabana day. Please don't leave. Okay, I won't. Oh, we actually met a challenge without having to try. We failed the speed challenge, but we met the size challenge. That's good. I'm sure it's possible to do fewer than 28 commands, but let's not worry about that. Okay. If we assume that we're not going to attempt these branches that seem to be too difficult for me, the next level is binary counter. Year 64. We've been working for this organisation for 64 years. Like, I realise in the future they've probably put the retirement age up, but I still feel like we should be considering retirement at this point. What is this? How do they keep coming up with this stuff? Okay, well, welcome to the counting machine. Let's see. Okay, the goal here is to make that big green screen count from 0 to 15. 0, 1, 2, 3, blah, 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 15. Sounds easy enough. But you need to represent those numbers in binary, using those 4 green sensors on the left. How do you use those sensors? Just put a cube on them to turn them on. When you have the sensor inputs set up how you like them, someone needs to press that big red button. And this will scrape the sensor inputs and convert them into a number on that big screen. The first sensor all the way on the right represents 1. The next sensor represents 2, then 4, and then 8. The red button adds them all up, and blam! Displays it on that green screen. It's all so simple. Make the green screen display each of the numbers from 0 to 15 in order. Place cubes on any or all of the 4 green sensors. Press the big red button to update the display. Okay, looks like we're doing a little bit of binary here. This is a programming game. It's only so long before you have to start doing binary. Hello, Verdsky. That's a lovely spin you have there. Welcome. I hope you're doing alright. Verdsky, we haven't made much progress in this game today. It's pretty much been a chatting stream. We had like an hour and a half of solid chat. No gameplay at all, but we have done a little bit of gameplay as well. Thank you for redeeming your flower of the day, best Verds. We were just talking about all the Canadian streamers and how they're all friends with each other. Okay, how else am I going to make this? Obviously, it makes sense to have each of these employees. We're all going to be fine, they say. I've one thing to say, but I forgot. Each of these employees look after one of these numbers, and you can press the button. So, okay. Question is, how do they know which one to do? Can this do... No, okay, so the calc function can't do modulus, which would allow us to directly calculate the bits of the binary digits. We could calculate it the slow way. Just wondering if there's a better way. I wonder if we can somehow use L and listen. Or not. I was thinking you could tell the person next to you when it was time to flip their bit. The problem is, if they're listening for you to tell them and then you don't tell them, they're just stuck in listen mode forever. It's like... I don't know. You can't pass information, you can't pass data through commands, basically. Like, you can tell, you could say yes or no by saying okay or coffee time, but you can only listen for one of those things. I'm not sure if that's actually going to help. Like, we have everyone. Well, first of all, we need to know: are you the person who's pressing the button? Because they're going to do different stuff to everyone else. So, is there a cube on my left? If so, I'm the button presser, not the other person. The button presser can actually just step down twice to start, because the first thing we need to do is display 0, and hopefully we're already displaying 0. And then we'd need to step up, and then they need to enter a loop in which they do something, then step onto the button again, then step off it, then do something. If there's not a data cube to your left, then you are not the button presser, in which case your role is step down. In fact, everybody steps down regardless. So everybody step down one. The cubes actually, I guess the cubes need to actually be dropped on the sensors, not just like if somebody picks up a cube and walks onto the sensor, logically that would activate the sensor, but I think in the game you actually put the cube on the sensor. So if we say that they pick up and then step down, and then from then on it's just, are they holding or dropping the cubes? And then I think, let's see if I can figure out how this works. If we run this so far, oh, no, oh, if left is a data. You not. Oh, no, because they've stepped down like that, and then if there's data. Okay, so everybody picks up their data cube, step down. Yeah, okay, and it counts as 0. So being on the sensor while holding the cube doesn't count as having the cube on the sensor. Sorry. I'm so sorry about this. So from now on, those people don't have to move. All they have to do is pick up and put down the cube in the right sequence. The only person who has to move is the person stepping on and off the button, like this. So yeah, right now we're just sending 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. I'm wondering, can we just listen for coffee time, drop our cube, listen for coffee time, pick the cube up again, forever? Will that work? And then have the button pusher tell the person to their left coffee time to start the whole thing off. So they will hear coffee time, they will drop their cube, producing a 1. When they hear coffee time again, they'll pick up their cube, flipping it back to 0. They then need to tell the person to their left coffee time, so that they put their cube down, making 1, 0, which will be the next number. The problem is it's not going to be in sync, because the button pusher will have already stepped onto the button by then. Like, by the time the ripple has gone through all 4 cube holders, the button pusher will have pushed the button. So, coffee time. Yeah, 1. Coffee time. Yeah. So you are telling coffee time, and he does put his thing down, but yeah. You need to be slower. the button pusher needs to be much slower. Can I just tell the button pusher to do a little dance before they step on the button? Like that. Like this. And then I need to slow them down so that the rest of the thing can keep up. Right, up, left, down, like that. They'll walk in the circle while everybody else is sorting themselves out. That's the idea. So you go down there, you go there. Thinking that they are at this person. Oh, they're doing the tell before they finished. Yeah, that's the problem. They're doing the tell too early. The tell needs to happen. I need to take one more step to get there here. Let's just. This is probably not optimal. I'm just going to stick another up and down in here. The first time they say coffee time, the person needs to have actually reached the thing. There we go. Coffee time. So they're going in a little loop while the other person does the block placement, and then when they come back from the loop, they hit the button. So by the time they come back, it should be set to 2. Okay, well, now it's set to 2, but that still wasn't fast. That was still too slow. Okay, let's send them on a bigger loop, I guess. Let's do 3 ups and 3 downs. Put even more of a delay in. And 0, coffee time 1, and then coffee time again, and then while they're going on their little circuit, it gets, yeah, so now it's 2, now coffee time, now it's 3, then it's coffee time, and then this should ripple across, so they should say coffee time, they should pick up and say coffee time, and it should be, it's 4 now, but she got back too quickly. Lulu is just walking around much too fast, and the counter is not having time to propagate. We're going to have to send Lulu on a bit of an epic adventure between each cycle, so I suspect we'll be failing our speed challenge again. Okay, Lulu, let's go on an adventure. Up, right. Let's go and visit the boss. Let's go to the boss's desk and come back again. Up, right, up, right. Left. Left. Hang on. Up. Right. Left. Left. Yeah, okay. There. So every cycle, Lulu is going to go on a little... Go and chat with the boss a bit while everybody else sorts out their... Because for some reason the coffee time communication is quite slow. It's fine if it's just 1, but now it's got to ripple when it goes from 3 to 4. They have to say coffee time to them, then you have to say coffee time to you, and you have to say coffee time to you, and you have to get your cube down before Lulu comes back. So it's working. The question is, will it be able to count to 8? Because then it'll have to ripple one more time. So 6, 7. Okay. Do we get to 8 before Lulu gets back? No, we do not. We're too slow still. Okay, sorry Lulu, you're doing an even longer walk. At least you're getting your steps in. I hope you're wearing your sports watch for this. Okay, even longer journey for Lulu. Going all the way over there now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And are we going to be ready with 8 before she gets back? Come on, come on, come on. Yes, just barely. Okay. Right, that should be enough now. It should be able to count all the way to 15. We've built a human-powered binary counter. And drunk 16 cups of coffee actually in the process, because we started with 0. LT Bago says, Lulu single-handedly keeping the business going with speed. Listen, T-Bago, you would walk that fast if you'd had 16 cups of coffee as well. I'm just saying. What? You did it! I got lost when I ran out of fingers to count on. We have successfully implemented a human binary counter. And I say successfully, it's not met the challenges. But never mind. Decimal counter. Okay. What are we doing for time? I'm happy to call this the last stream of this game. I don't think it's been as popular as my other games. So we might just forget the optional levels, and I'll post on the Discord if I ever manage to solve them. And we'll continue up this main path and try the decimal counter. Decimal counter. Okay, this looks familiar. What a treat. Our counting machine has been upgraded. It now works with nice normal decimal numbers. Don't worry. For you and me, that just means regular numbers like the kind we use every day. Like 31,337 is literally just 31,337. Okay, got it? But beware, each digit can represent values only between 0 and 9. If you try and go higher, boom. Otherwise it works just like the binary counting machine in your previous assignment. I'm just glad we have these young interns to explain this stuff to me. Make the green display count up to 1,000,002. Well, I'm very glad that they're starting us at 999,981 then. Ren says, I'm back. Sorry, I had to go up on my roof and take down the gutter guards. In that case, Ren, did you miss the previous solution? Because I'll show you... whoops, that's the same one again. I'll show you how the binary counter worked, because I quite like this solution. What happens is this employee here runs around like a lunatic. Every time they run around the office, they drink another cup of coffee. Meanwhile, these guys count in binary. I will demonstrate it to you. I like the simplicity of this. Like all that the binary counter people are doing. This is complicated because she's got to go in a great massive long loop to allow enough of a delay. And it's also the thing is it's only too many instructions because of this step nonsense. But the instructions that the people holding the numbers are doing is just this. It's just listen for a signal. Flip your 0 to a 1, listen for another signal, flip the 1 to a 0, and tell the next digit along to flip theirs. Which is actually pretty much how a real binary counter works. This is specifically a ripple counter. Ripple counters are not always used because they're too slow to update all the bits when you go from all ones to all zeros. As you can see, we had to put in a big delay loop. But I like the simplicity of this part of the solution, even if this is a bit crazy. Maybe there's a better way to slow down the employees than having lots of step commands. Actually, maybe, yeah. If we do something other than coffee time. Is that maybe, how long does it take to do a tell command? Like if I just tell everyone, hi, morning, ready, goodbye. Not enough of a delay. Oh, no, it's not. You see, our math isn't really mathing here. It was almost enough of a delay. Maybe one more. Okay. Hi, morning, ready, goodbye, okay. And when she's finished muttering to herself under her breath, she presses the button. And, okay, no, still too slow. She can't say coffee time. If she says coffee time, it breaks for everything else because they hear the signal too early. No. It's still fewer signals than... we can just say goodbye again. It's still fewer signals than it was before. What is that? Whoa. Have I actually broken the solution here? Like they can't count to 8. There we go. Okay, so that's the number of times you need to tell someone something in order to put enough of a delay in, which is fewer than the steps we had. Yeah, we've gone down from 32 to 24 commands. Never mind. Okay, let's look at the decimal counter now. So the decimal counter is going to be similar, except that we're going to have to actually update the numbers on the cubes as well. So this time we have this person who thinks that 8:30 is a perfectly reasonable bedtime. No surprise, Emma does not share that view. Will be in charge of pressing the button. I kind of like what they've done here. By making this count from 999,981 to 1,000,002, they're checking that we can count up from 1 to 9 on a digit. They're checking that we can carry to the next digit. And then they're checking that we can also ripple carry or up to 6 digits. Each cube represents a single decimal digit, just like using real life. Place these individual digits on the green sensors and then have someone step on the big red button to update the display. Since with no cube on it, would be interpreted as 0. Okay. So, first thing we do is we figure out if we are the designated cube holder, button pusher rather, or if we are a cube holder. If there's a cube here, we are the button pusher. If there's not, we are a cube holder. If you're a cube holder, please pick up your cube, step onto the display. First thing we actually do is everyone just drops their cube, because we need to do 999981. I think I had to put a delay in here to have everybody in position before the first button push. Like that. So this person is stepping up and down to add a bit of a delay before. That's not enough of a delay. Maybe I should put this step here then instead. Step up, step down, step down. Is that enough of a delay? No. Also, yeah, this needs a loop. An extra up down in here. We need it, the button pusher needs to wait long enough to give everyone time to put their things on. There we go. Okay, 999981. So that part is done. Now we need to actually program the incrementing of the numbers. It's like 4. Yes, so that's kind of the way this game works. Is every process, i.e., every employee, is running the same code, and the employees need to find out which role in the program they're performing, and do different code. So the button pusher is also responsible for telling the unit's place that it's time for them to increment, which will be after they've gone to the button. They need to step up. And now that one, coffee time. Of course, it's coffee time. It's always coffee time. So coffee time, and then they know it's time to go. Okay. These people, they need to listen for coffee time. When you hear coffee time, pick up your number. Calculate what it is plus 1. If it's now n, then that's actually going to be a 0. And you need to tell the person next to you that it's time to increment their digit. Coffee time. Then you need to write the new digit onto your cube and drop it. And then listen again. So this will work fine apart from you are going to be cycling far too fast for 6 people to all hear the signal, pick up the cube, examine it, realise it's going to be a 0, tell the person next to them, update it to a 0, and put it back down again. That's all going to take, it's this times 6, so this loop here is going to have to be much, much longer, and how are we going to make a loop that long without 5 billion instructions? So right now, I think it's just going to be far too short. Let's check. So 999981, coffee time. And yeah, see, they've already hit the button, and we haven't even calculated what our digit needs to be yet. So this loop needs to be absolutely enormous. Delay. Maybe we just do a for loop as a delay, right? Let's. You still need to step down at the start, and then after each delay, you still need to step down and then up, because that's how you activate the button. But maybe we need to put a for loop in here, so they just calculate for a while to slow them down. So let's set mem1 to 0, and then if mem1 is less than, let's say, 20, add 1 to mem1 and jump. So we don't actually have for loops in this language, but we have this, which is going to count to 20 before it steps, and we'll see if that's long enough. So yeah, see, you're now deep in calculation. So it looks like it's unnecessarily slow at the moment, but I'm hoping this is enough of a delay to allow for the ripple through to 1,000,000. So this is going to be a very inefficient solution. Poor Mary here is repeatedly counting to 20 over and over again. Yeah, because I've sped it up, every time they calculate, they look above their head to see what the numbers are going to be, and yeah, then their eyes go like that. Okay, look, we rolled over to 999990. Let's see if we can get the million to work. So it should just be the same principle. The carry is just going to keep going along. And I'm hoping this is enough of a delay. for everybody to update their number. Otherwise, we've got to sit through this again. There we go, it's going through. Yes, okay, it was enough of a delay. In fact, it could have been a few cycles shorter. There we go, we did it. And it's coffee time. 1, 2, 3. Well, I believe you. Good job. Okay, 23 of your... Ah, we did! We actually used few enough commands. So the answer was in fact to put a for loop in as a delay, because that was only 3 commands to count up arbitrarily high instead of doing the tell all the time. So we met the size challenge. The speed challenge, it was supposed to be 120 and it took us 906. So might have failed that one a little bit, unfortunately. Hey, at this point in the game, I'll take 1 green light. Decimal doubler. Okay. It looks like this is the last counting machine assignment. I mean, it's the second to last assignment in the whole game, so let's enjoy it. This is also my last assignment. It's been fun. Remember when we took a nice row of data and made it diagonal? Oh wow. Well, that is a raid. You've been bruited, brute raid, says Commandant Herder, Lana the Panda, Brute Force 242, Noctilux Arcana, and possibly some other people. Welcome in everybody. Good to see you. Brute, hope you had a good stream. Please do share with the chat what you were streaming today and whether it was successful. Everybody, if you're not already following Brute, please go and hit that follow button. Both Brute and his partner Lana the Panda are awesome streamers. You should follow both of them. Ooh. The mysterious anonymous gifter is back. A mystery friend has gifted a subscription to Commandant Herder. Best Commandant, I hope you enjoy your sub. Herder, you now get to use my emotes. Look at all these pretty flowers you can use. And you can do the Emma spin. I hope you have fun with that. Oh, and another mystery anonymous gifter. I wonder who it is who is hiding behind their cloak of anonymity. Could it be Harry? Could it be LT Bagger? Could it be Commandant Herder gifting himself a sub anonymously? Can you even do that? There we go. Herder, enjoy your emotes. Brute Force says stream was lovely, thank you. Game was good, but at the same time shocking. Okay. You can't gift yourself a sub. Not even anonymously? Okay, that's good to know. I'm glad you enjoyed it. So yeah, the game that Brute is playing at the moment is called Banishers Ghosts of New Eden. Which I'm sure you'll agree does not sound like an Emma game. Okay, right, we have eliminated Brute Force as a potential anonymous gifter as well, because he just got one. Thank you, whoever that was, for being so generous to the raiding party who just came in. And thank you, Brute, for the raid. If you need to head off, Brute, no problem. For anyone joining me for the first time, hello, my name is Emma. I stream every Friday, Saturday and Sunday, starting around between 6:30 and 7:30 UK time. So that's sort of early afternoon for the Americans. Aha! We have a gift sub from Lana to Otarig. Thank you, Lana. So that means one of two things. Either it was Lana all along and she just forgot to do that one anonymously, or it was someone else, and Lana is gifting it out of her own goodwill. Lana, thank you so much for your
Choo-choo.
generous gift. And Ren, thank you also so much for your generous gift. I was just trying to tell our raiding party what we were doing. Honestly, what we've been doing this stream has mostly been chatting. There was very little gameplay, but what we are playing at the moment is this programming-based puzzle game called 7 Billion Humans. So you control these little humans who walk around, and you write a computer program to give them instructions to add up numbers and accidentally jump off cliffs and shred themselves and things like that. It's actually been surprisingly fun. I know that this sort of game is not everyone's cup of tea. Not everyone enjoys these sort of hardcore logic programming puzzle games. But I think the game did a good job of throwing in some funny moments, like the aerobics music cutscene, which was completely unexpected. There are things happening, by the way. Thank you, Harry, for the 200 bits as well. That's very, very kind of you. And all of that nonsense has started a hype train as well. It's a while since we've had a hype train, so thank you so much for that. Lana, thank you also for redeeming your flower. Yes, if anybody is new here, when I'm not playing video games on the internet, I am a botanist in real life, and I like to celebrate that by talking about wildflowers. One of the things I have done is every stream you can spend 10 channel points to get a random wildflower. Slowly build up a wildflower collection, and then that's a good way of seeing how many streams you've been to as well. Brute Force has been to 12 streams. Lana has been to 32. Can you believe it? That's a lot of streams. Yes, Harry, there's the clip. Believe it or not, that is a clip from a programming game. Who would have thought? Anyway, this is the second to last level in the game, and it's also one of the hardest, and so I can't guarantee we'll complete it, but let's continue and see what we've got to do. Remember when we took a nice row of data and made it diagonal? Haha. Or when we escaped from a collapsing room by carefully following the instructions. And then there was the time we all got cubicles. Those were the days. Yeah, open plan offices only now. What? What am I going to do next? Well, I thought I might make calendars. You know, like those daily calendars with an inspiring picture of me on each day. I've been printing out photos of myself with inspirational quotes for years. Good thing we have all these company printers. Luckily, I don't think anyone ever noticed. LT Pago says, guess I'll chew too. Thank you so much for the 100 bits, LT Pago. And thank you, Commandant Herder, for the 100 bits. That's so generous of you, thank you. And the blow high emotes, of course. Did I miss any chat? Lana says it wasn't me, only this one was me, and Herder says, or maybe it was Gertrude giving subs anonymously to her own channel. Listen, Herder, I'm not coordinated enough to talk to you guys and press the gift sub button at the same time, okay? I assure you that those subs were not me. Brute Force says, how are you doing though, Gertrude? It might be best we don't get onto that subject. I've had an incredibly stressful week, and a few upsetting things are going on. Today we just chatted a lot, and that's good. Well, it's good for, unless you were hoping to see some gameplay. I think this game hasn't been too popular, so I think people are not minding too much that we haven't played much of it. I think people enjoyed Botany Manor a bit more. I'll maybe try and do games more like that in future. Thank you for the hug, Brute Force. That is very kind of you, and I will give you one back. LT Pego says, I've seen Emma press the gift sub button live on stream. It definitely wasn't her. What you can tell by how uncoordinated I was. Okay, so the challenge for this level is use your decimal counting machine, starting with the number 1, display it, and keep doubling it and displaying the result until you reach at least 8,388,608. That is a big number. Okay, the hype train is complete. I already have all the level 1 emotes, but perhaps some people got an emote from that. If so, congratulations and thank you for your support. Hello also to Michael. Welcome in. I was too late for the hype train, says Michael. I'm sorry, Michael. It's okay. We appreciate you being here regardless. There is certainly no pressure to fall for the scam train or anything else. I hope you are having a good weekend. I'm just stalling for time now because I have absolutely no idea how I'm going to double numbers with this, because, like, yeah, how does that work? Because it's not just a case of we can't just ripple along like we did when we were adding. I wonder if what's the biggest number we can hold in our own memory? I'm just going to do an experiment here using our latest designated button pusher, who says this is fun, but I thought the book was better, not I thought the button was better. Okay, if you've got a button, a data cube to your left, you are the button pusher. So nobody else will do anything. This will only be this person that does something. I want you to set your memory to 1, and then I want you to calculate it times 2, and I want you to keep doing that, and I just want to see how high. Basically, I want to see, can they store 8,388,608 in their memory or not, is what I want to see. So let's do 4. Okay, we can make it faster. Blah 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 blah. 2 million, 4 million, 8 million. Okay, they can. In fact, they can go to 16 million. Right. I think the way we're going to do this is going to be very different to the other levels. We're not going to have each person doing their own sums and having this person just, like, say to do the next sum. I think we're going to have the button pusher also do the doubling. That's what I think we're going to do. LT Vago says, I have all the level 1 emotes, so have this cool duck. Choo choo. It's way too late to tell me that, Gertie. Oh, what, don't fall for the scam train? Yeah, well, you know, it's... I don't know. We've gone over our usual time, but I would like to finish this level, at least, and possibly the next level, which would be the final level of the game. If I can think how to do it, and I think I have an idea. Okay. What I'm going to do, I'm going to have this character do all of the updating of the numbers. So they're going to start off with 1 in their memory, because that's the first number. Everyone else is just going to pick up the cube. Actually, we can do pick up down. Yeah, pick up the cube. Step down. Yeah, everyone can step down. Yeah, step down once. Pick up the cube, step down again, drop the cube. Then pick up the cube and step back up and drop the cube. And then just do this forever. So pick up, go down, drop, pick up, go up, drop. So basically all they're going to do is take the cubes on and off the... and then actually, no, they need to step out the way as well. The thing, they can't be standing on the same tiles as the cubes because the button pusher will need to go and update each cube. Can we leave the cubes? I shouldn't be worrying about this like micro optimization. I think we can leave the cubes on the sensors as long as we don't push the button. So actually, it will be step down, pick up, step down, drop. And then step up. And the loop will be... I'm just thinking, do we actually need these people at all? Like, I realise the whole point of this game is to demonstrate teamwork by having multiple employees work together. Honestly, the simplest solution I can think of is get this poor sod to do everything. So I might just do that. I'm just going to have these guys move the cubes onto the buttons. And then just like stop. I'll have them step out the way and then they'll just stop. Because... I think I think it's easiest to just do it with one employee. I know that's silly. So this employee needs to have a delay put in so that they don't push the button until the cubes are in place. I think that's enough of a delay. Martha. Okay, Martha. Martha here is going to be the one who actually does everything. That is not enough of a delay. Because we need to print... The first number displayed needs to be 1, which at the moment it will be 0 if we don't take long enough to hit the button. Yeah, here we go. So give them time to put the cubes down and then hit the buttons over 1. Okay, so we've done the 1. We need to get to 8.3 million and we've done the 1. Oh, Michael says I fell for the scam train more often than comfortable with me. I'm sorry to hear that, Michael. Please don't feel you need to give any bits or even subscribe. You have a... Did you sub yourself or were you gifted? I can't remember. But anyway, yeah, please, nobody ever feel that you need to give anything if you don't want to. LG Bago has redeemed Ask Emma. Exactly how much sawdust can you put into a Rice Krispie treat before people start to notice? So, LG Bago, I don't know the answer to that question. And when I don't know the answer to something, I am more than happy to embark on a scientific investigation in the name of expanding the knowledge of humanity. However, in this specific instance, I do feel like there would be some ethical problems with that endeavour. Were I working for some sort of research institution in their psychology department and I was to go before the Board of Ethics and say, okay, what I want to do is contaminate people's food with sawdust and see if they notice, I think the Board of Ethics would be like, that's gonna be a no from me. So, unfortunately, T-Bago, I'm not going to be able to answer that question. I will do my best to come up with an educated guess based on my prior knowledge of Rice Krispie treats, which, let's be honest, are pretty tasteless sometimes. I'm going to say 10%. That is assuming that the sawdust is very, very finely ground, like it's literally a powder. If there are big chunks of wood in the sawdust, it would probably be more like 1 or 2% because you would get a bit of wood and you'd be like, you know. But if it's a powder that you can mix into the sugar mixture, then yeah, maybe as high as 10%. That's going to be my answer. Brute Force says that's a strange question. You're not wrong, Brute. You're not wrong. Commandant Herder says 89. Is that your answer? 89%? No, Herder. If you gave me something that was 89% sawdust, I would know, okay? LT Vago says you clearly haven't been here for Emma question time. Yeah, so, I have a channel point redeem, which is Ask Emma. Anybody can use it to get me to ask or say anything at all. So far, the only person who's used it has been LT Bago, and he's only used it to ask me stupid questions like that. Michael, thank you so much for gifting a sub to the Ari. Although, I do have to say, what did I just say, Michael? I said, don't waste your money if you don't want to, okay? So let me just make it clear that I did say that, okay? And that wasn't reverse psychology, I honestly meant it. So, thank you so much for gifting a sub to the Ari, but please don't feel you have to. It's very, very much appreciated. Hello, Cassie. The Cassie's so good they named it twice. Cassie, I hope you're well. Thank you for redeeming your flower of the day. Let's see what we can do with this program, shall we? So, the idea I've got is, although we don't have a modulus operator, we do have a divide by, we do have a division operator, and we know it takes the floor, so we can divide by 10, and divide by 100, and divide by 1,000. And I'm wondering if we can just have this person this is fun, but I thought the book was better, they're saying. I do wonder if we can just have this person do the numbers themselves. So yeah, we have a divide. I suppose the only issue is knowing which digit to start on. Yeah. Actually, no, hang on. Can we subtract numbers bigger than 99? Ah, no, okay. What I was going to do, I was going to take them, like, say the number's 10,000 and something. Every time you subtract 10,000, you'd add 1 to the 10,000's place, and then when you go negative, you know you've gone too far, and so on. And then the next place, and then the next place, and then the next place. We did something a bit like that in the first game. That doesn't work here because the biggest number you can program is 99. Okay, maybe we do have to use the others then. I don't see how, though. Because let's say this person doubles their number. So they've got a 1, and they double it, that's a 2. And then they double it, that's a 4, and then that's an 8. But then what do they do? Then they double it and it's a 16. But, like, they can communicate that there's a carry to the person next to them. But when they can't just ripple the carries across because the other people have to do arithmetic as well. So they're not going to be listening. If you use the tell command and there's nobody listening, then the tell just evaporates into space. So if you tell someone, hey, I've got a carry digit, and that person is still doing arithmetic in their head, it's not going to work. I don't know. I'm struggling to think how this would actually function. Thank you, Cassie, for redeeming nothing. Oh, Altibago says Leia redeemed Ask Emma earlier today. Yeah, Leia did redeem Ask Emma earlier today, but yeah, it's mostly me asking really silly questions and Emma giving very serious answers. Liari is still here, yay. Enjoy your gift sub. Liari, you can use all the Emma emotes now that you have a gift sub. Here are the pretty flowers. Cassie says, right, Cassie has an actual answer to the question. Through some reading up online, it seems that 33% of the Rice Krispies replaced with sawdust was still palatable, but 50% was pushing it. So the thing is, what LT Bago asked wasn't what is still palatable, it is, did people start to notice? I feel like you could you could make a Rice Krispie treat with 33% sawdust and it's still technically edible, but people who... Someone who's just eaten a normal Rice Krispie treat is going to go, there's something off about this one. I can still eat it, but there's something off about it, which is not quite the same thing. So I'm not sure about that. Okay. I guess that link is actually...
Okay, I gotta be real with you.
I won't actually play it on stream, obviously. Okay, yeah, somebody actually did the unethical research of not telling people that they'd put sawdust in their food. Okay. Thank you for linking that, Cassie, but I must add a disclaimer. Please don't do that yourselves. Yeah, so how is this going to work? Is my question. Okay, let's assume these guys do participate. So let's step drop and then don't step away. Listen for coffee time to say that it's okay. When you hear coffee time, it's time to do the next step of the calculation. Okay, that's simple enough. But the problem then is, okay, let's say everybody, everyone pick up your cube, everyone calculate what you are holding times 2. If it's greater than 10, then let's store in M2, in Mem2, let's store a 1 if we're going to carry and a 0 if we're not. So let's do this. That's like the carry flag. And subtract 10 if we did a carry. So now Mem1 contains our next digit. Except it's not our next digit because there might be another carry coming from our right. And the question is, how do we communicate whether there's a carry coming from our right? We can't listen for different signals. We can't just look at the... Can we look at the numbers maybe? I suppose that's what we could do. That's what we could do. We could hold the next digit in our memory and write the carry flag onto the cube and then put it down and then get the person next to us to look at it. Harry says, I knew that William Osmond was going to be mentioned. Okay, Harry was familiar with the sawdust research already. That's not something I've had the pleasure of seeing before. Okay. So actually what happens is here we write a 1 and then here we write a 0 and then we drop. Then we need another synchronization, so listen for coffee time again. Button pusher is going to have to do a delay, give everyone time to calculate. The issue is when you get multiple carries. So it carries and then it carries. Can that happen if you're only doubling? No, yeah, because 9 times 2 is 18. You only carry one. It's not possible for doubling to carry twice, is it? Or is it? Hang on. I'm just about to open up Excel. This is when you know a video game is good, when you have to open up Excel. It's either EVE Online or it's a puzzle game. You can't see what I'm doing, but all I'm doing is making a list of numbers that doubles every time. I'm wondering if it's going to be a problem if we only have one carry. I think it might actually work. But don't quote me on that. Right. If there's only one carry, it makes things easier. Otherwise, we have to have 7 cycles of the button pusher for every doubling, which is really annoying. Cassie says, I'm going to make my sister some Rice Krispie squares. On a completely unrelated note, anyone know where I can get some sawdust? I do not know, Cassie, and I'm not going to tell you if I did. Okay. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to put the step down there, and then I'm going to have... I'm going to have a delay here. I'm going to try and make it so that it's always the same amount of delay. So, mem1 equals 0 if mem1 is less than... Let's go with like 5 for the moment, and I can increase it when I need to. 1 plus 1. And jump. Now this will loop for like 5 cycles every time. Then do the button, and coffee time, and then go again. So, this is coffee time. Now everybody's carry flags are on the floor. So, if there is a 1 to your right... Actually, no, just if there's a data cube to your right, then add the value on that data cube, which will either be 1 or 0, to your mem1. Plus 3, right. And that is your new digit. Then pick up your data cube, write your new digit, drop your data cube, and then jump to here then, because that's the same thing again. And then listen to the next coffee time. Oh god, T-Bago, has this stream not gone on long enough and you're asking more questions? LT says, follow-up question, exactly how much Rice Krispie treat can you put into sawdust before people start to notice? So that is actually an interesting question, and the answer is going to depend on what you're using the sawdust for. Obviously sawdust, by its nature, is a waste product from cutting up larger pieces of wood. Something like an industrial sawmill will get through an awful lot of sawdust, and I think a relatively small fraction of it is going to end up, being, bedding for animals and stuff. I suspect most of it gets processed into materials like fiberboard or chipboard. So maybe when you say people start to notice, by that do you mean the fiberboard products that the sawdust is being used in are exhibiting a lower material strength because the source material has been contaminated, and I guess the factory that produces these things must be doing some regular quality testing on them. So I guess if you were to introduce some Rice Krispie treats into the production line at that point in the supply chain, then they would notice when they did that. But yeah, you'd have to put enough in to affect the structural properties of the material, and hopefully they did test the batch you put it in, otherwise a bunch of substandard particle board would be produced. But of course, if you actually introduced it in a different place, like say you had a table saw in your workshop, and in the bit underneath where it collects the sawdust, you had a dispenser that dispensed Rice Krispie treats into there. Then that would I don't know how to answer that question at that point. I'm gonna say I think I'm gonna guess in this case it's gonna be a lower proportion than the eating, funnily enough. I'm gonna say if you introduce a contaminant into an industrial process that gets regular quality control, that it's gonna be quite a small amount will get picked up. But I'm gonna say anything more than 1 or 2% is probably gonna be, because if you're making something from sawdust, it's going to be consistent. It's going to be the same type of wood for all the sawdust. You know, it's going to be a consistent quality. I think that gets picked up surprisingly quickly. And I'll be very impressed if anyone's done research on that version of the question, Devago. Cassie says, imagine if you were sawing some wood and you just got Rice Krispie falling out. That is another possibility I didn't consider. Yes, what if you were to sneak into a timber plantation, cut holes in all the trees, stuff Rice Krispies in them, wait for the trees to be felled, taken to the sawmill, and then the rice... Yeah. That is another way of doing it. So are you putting Rice Krispie treats into the trees, or are you putting loose Rice Krispies into the tree? Because that's not quite the same thing. Or is it a maple syrup tree and you're relying on the sap of the tree to form the sugary glue that holds the Rice Krispie treats together? We do have some Canadians in. Can you make Rice Krispie treats with maple syrup? Is my question. How did we get to this point? We went horribly wrong somewhere. Thank you for your answers. Did you actually think that? I feel like I haven't answered these questions very well. Okay, let's see what this program does. Okay, you're obviously taking far too long over this now, but, oh, hang on, no, wrong. Oh, I didn't put a jump in. Yeah, idiot. Emma, you do need to keep doing this. 1, 0, 2... no, don't. The 0 is the carry data. You need to, don't hit the button for the carry flag. Otherwise, there'll be a 0 between every set of numbers. That's not going to work. So you need to tell everyone coffee time. Then you need to do another delay. Then you need to step. Yeah, you can't step every time because otherwise the carry flag gets put in the data. Also, I'm going to put this down a little bit. I'm going to put it to like 3. I will increase it if I need to. I can save an instruction if I do Mem1 lesson 6, so I don't have to set it back to 0. Count Mem1 plus 1. I feel like this is still going to be too many instructions. We're up to 33 instructions already. Yes, thank you for quote 29, Harry. That is very much the sentiment I'm feeling at the moment. El Tibago said it went horribly wrong when you gave El Tibanago power and humaned his silliness. Can't even spell my name now. I mean, I suppose the Ask Emma command is giving you power. It's not giving just you power. It's giving everybody the ability to ask questions. I did make you a mod, but you haven't really been abusing your mod powers for anything, so... Sarah Stars, you're still here. I thought you might have gone to bed. I will be ending soon, I promise. I think if I get this solution working, then I'll end. I'm not going to attempt the final puzzle. I'll just say that's enough for this game. You've played it enough. I've played it enough for you to get an idea of what's involved. I'm calling you T-Bango next. No, it was T-Bnago, he said, not T-Bango. Okay. So there's the 1. That's the carry flag. So, wait, did you? That didn't work, did it? What's going on? Oh, no. Okay, step on the first loop, not the second one. So step on that one. Yeah, 1. Okay, there's the carry flag. Now it's a 2. Now step, yep, okay. Now generate the carry flag again, which is 0 still. Now write the 4. And step, yep. Now it's a 0 and then an 8. Okay, now it's when it's interesting. Does it carry correctly? So it's 16. So you need to carry, yeah. So that tells the person to your left that they need to add 1 to their answer. So they need to write 16. Yes, which they did. Okay. Now, are they going to get 32? Yes. Are they going to get 64? Yes. 128? Yes. 256? Oh my god, have I actually done this? Oh. Just as I said that... sorry, we can't just skip over that. One of my employees just exploded. One of my employees literally just exploded. Excuse me. I also wrote the number 402, but more to the point, one of my employees just exploded. Okay, we got as far as 256, and then an explosion happened. We're going to have to go back and have another look at that. Sarah Stars says, I'm not here to send you to bed. You're free to girl boss and program gatekeep to your heart's content. In the interests of not being a dick to my viewers, Sarah, I would like to have them still here while I'm streaming. And not have everybody come to the next stream saying, oh, Emma, what happened with the program game? I had to go to bed. Like, if somebody's been kind enough and dedicated enough to show up to every episode of this game, and then they miss the finale because it was at stupid hours, then that's a bit silly of me, isn't it? That's going to be an interesting HR call, says T-Bago. And Sarah says, did they sign an insurance waiver? And Cassie says, how dare they just explode when they have important shit to do? This is 3 very different approaches to workplace safety here. T-Bago is like, HR's going to be in trouble. Sarah is like, well, you know, it's their fault if they didn't sign away their rights. And Cassie is like, no, get back to work. We have work to do. You can't just go exploding over the place. Cassie is not the sort of person I would want as my boss. And I'm sure they're not actually like that. I'm sure that's just a joke. Right, let's run it again and try and pay close attention to what went wrong. Because we were doing so well. So 256 happened. We made... Yeah, we established that... Oh, hang on. Oh, I see what happened. This person, the 256, the 5 got multiplied to 10, but they didn't write a carry. Oh, Emma, you idiot! This greater than sign should be a greater than or equal. Look, honestly, this is a real thing in real programming, okay? The number of times my programs haven't worked because I put less than instead of less than or equals or Mr. Not off of a condition, or put and instead of or put brackets in the wrong places, or forgot a semicolon. It's one little thing. This is serious. Like, we're joking around here, you know. Forget the equals sign and the employees explode. But imagine you're working on actual safety critical systems. And it's not just a little graphic of an employee exploding, it's an actual explosion. You see why it's hard to get this stuff right. That's going to count against them in their next performance review, says Cassie. I'm a nice boss, really. That's what they all say. Everyone thinks they're a nice boss. But yes, it's sort of an off by one error. It's equals instead of equals, or greater than or equal. Okay. Right, we know we can count to 2, 5, 6. Let's play close attention. If someone's going to explode, let's try and catch it before it happens. So, this is the 2, 5, 6. Right, so 5 times 2 is 10. 10 is a carry, so please write a 1. Yes, write a 1. That's it, and set your number back to 0. There we go, 512, that's correct, okay. Can we do 1024? Yes. Okay. 2048, yes. 4096, oh my god. Have we actually done this? Have we actually done it for real this time? Oh my god. We've actually done it. I can't believe that worked. I literally can't believe that worked. I was staring at this for so long at this. Literally, I was talking to chat, but I was talking to chat because in my head I was going, "Oh God, Emma, you're supposed to be smart. How can you do this?" That actually worked. With exponential growth like this, you're going to do great. See you later, guys. Smiley face. Okay, we did not use. Yeah, we were too slow, and yeah, I don't care. I'm just happy that I solved it. Okay, I think we've at least got time to look at this last level. Goodbye, humans. Year 68. So if you got this job when you were 18, you're not retiring until 86. I mean, I know they're putting the retirement age up, but don't you think that's a bit silly? And the boss has been replaced with a computer. Bleep bleep, bloop bloop. Behold your computer overlord. You shall tremble before my superior CPU cycles. Quiver before my glowing array of 4 realistic colours. Ooh. CGA graphics card in there. That's fancy. Haha, lol. Just a little computer humour. We've got decades of stereotypes to work against here, you know. Hashtag not all machines enslave humans. Trending on Twitter sooner than you think. Well, it looks like things are wrapping up. Let's all just take one last look around and appreciate those realistic falling leaves. It is very nice animation, isn't it? And appreciate that healthy orange city glow. And appreciate the fact that whoever built this building never installed doors. So let's all dive into that exit hole down below. I'll need to stay here. But the last worker who leaves, if you wouldn't mind, would you just click that drop down and say goodbye? Good luck out there, everyone. Okay, so this is actually a puzzle. All workers must exit through the convenient hole at the bottom of the room. The last worker, and only the last worker, must say goodbye. Well, that's a very appropriate ending to the game. How on earth are we going to do it? Okay. So, obviously, we want to step down, and if there's a wall or if there's a wall or a hole, we want to like funnel ourselves in. So, if there is a wall to our left, right. Nope, that's not right. If there is a wall, right. then down. Except that if there is a hole below us and we're here, this guy has a hole below him, but he won't think he's the last person because there's someone above him. If basically, when everyone's going in, the last person will be standing on this arrow and they'll have nobody above them. We can say if there's a hole and there's nothing up left, and there's nothing up, and there's nothing upright, tell everyone goodbye. And then step into the hole. And this needs to be a loop because obviously they step down once, they need to step down again. And I think if left is a wall or left is a hole, like here they need to step right, and here there's a hole on their right, they need to step left. So if right is a wall or right is a hole, you do it. Quite a bit simpler than the previous levels, but I think it's good to have this as the last level. Tibago says to Sarah Stars, is there any chance you can send me to bed? It's been a day. Tibago, if you're able to hold on for just... I know we're really late. If you're able to hold on for just a few minutes, I think we will be ending the stream soon, assuming this actually works. So, you see how everyone just runs on the spot until they can move? So we should be able to... Yeah. People are going to start filtering in. And I think... Yeah. The last person will just be on their own on the edge. Here he comes. Bart has the privilege of being the last person. Goodbye. And there he goes. Maybe one day our space-time coordinates will intersect again. Bye. And look at that. We even managed to do the size challenge. Not the speed challenge, but I'm sick of speed challenges. Tibango, go to bed, I'll ignore everyone else. No, well, we're really... I am aware that there are 3 levels I haven't done. I couldn't figure out this one. These are supposed to be optional hard ones. I'm going to leave it at that. I think, given how much chatting we did today, that's enough progress. It's time for the final cutscene. Mum and Dad of Invention. Year 69. Nice.
Look how far we've come.
I cannot believe you made it this far.
I'm glad you're here. There is something I have been meaning to tell you. You see, I am a robot.
And surprise, I am a robot, also. We're going to leave now.
But look at you. You really took these totally made-up jobs and worked together to build wonderful solutions.
And also, a family. You really put the meat in teamwork.
Clearly it was a mistake to solve all of the planet's big tough puzzles.
Unlimited food,
Unlimited transportation.
unlimited energy. More like unlimited boring afternoons, ha ha ha, am I right?
It turns out life just isn't any fun without a really good problem to solve.
A nice tough pickle to crack.
A real brain tickler.
So we have one more puzzle for you. Are you ready?
We have placed a giant bomb at the center of the Earth.
You have 50 years to get off the planet.
Build rockets.
Figure out how to terraform other planets or whatever, because in 50 years.
Boom.
Good luck.
You're welcome.
Congratulations.
Have fun, everyone. You're going to do great.
We did it! We got off the planet before it exploded.
Oh hey, they actually did it. Maybe they didn't know I was joking. I have one of those faces. Oh my god. This cocktail is amazing.
So there we go. That's the game. Brute Force says this synth music is lovely. Yes, so this game was developed by the same developer as World of Goo and World of Goo 2, which we played a few months ago. I don't know if you saw any of those streams. And definitely one of my favourite parts of World of Goo was the soundtrack. It didn't come across quite so much in this game. Some of the levels in this game, and this was another set of 2 games, Human Resource Machine and 7 Billion Humans. Some of the soundtracks in those games, like the background music, I really liked as well. I think it makes more sense that the background music was a bit more ambient in this one, because you're going to be trying to solve the puzzles. But yeah, music has always been their strong point. I loved the intro theme, I loved the ending credit theme of it. Yeah. I'm going to ignore the fact I haven't done the 3 optional levels. And I'm going to be satisfied with that for now.
Respects.
Oh wow. It's so big.
Boss still working. Okay, we are done. And I got an achievement for beating the game as well. So yeah, sorry for overrunning a bit, but I think it was good to finish the game rather than end the stream right before the end. We could have finished on time if we hadn't chatted so much. Thank you for the GGs from everyone. El Tibago redeeming choose raid and selecting X-Ray Specs. Thank you, Tibago, for your suggestion. X-Ray Specs is an awesome streamer. And I was actually considering going there anyway, so thank you for that. Let me just check that she's not on a break or anything. No, she's having a birthday stream. Lovely. Okay, we will definitely head over there then. Thank you for the suggestion, T-Bago. And wow, people, get your flowers in. You've had almost 5 hours. Last chance to get your flowers in. Hello, Luke. I'm terribly sorry, Luke. We have just finished the game. We managed to beat 7 billion humans. There's just 3 optional levels we didn't do, but we beat the main game. Thank you for redeeming your flower of the day, and thank you, Sarah, for redeeming yours. Luke says, good night everyone and sweet dreams. Yes, if you stick around for just a couple of minutes here, we will be raiding. We have a raid target already chosen, the wonderful X-Ray Specs. Everyone should follow them. They are awesome. Yeah, right now their category is just chatting, but it says birthday extravaganza, so I don't know what they have planned for that, whether they're playing some games as well. But I will Luke says sure, actually wanted to stay a bit longer. Well, you can check out X-Ray Specs then. I'm just going to quickly say thank you to everybody who watched today. Thank you to the people who gifted. Thank you, Michael, for the gift sub. Commandant Herder, El Tibago, Harry and Ren for the bits. Lana for the gift sub. Thank you to the anonymous gifter, whoever you are, who gave 3 more subs out. Brute Force, thank you for the raid. Leia, thank you for the gift sub and for resubbing yourself. And thank you also to Livio, who followed earlier, although they did seem to think I was modding things, which I'm not, but well, I don't mind. And also Ren for the bits right at the start of the stream with the big emote. I'm going to be back tomorrow with a new game, Mini Metro, requested by Alhuno. So Mini Metro is a puzzle game. It's like a timed puzzle game. You have to try and do things quickly. So a bit different for me. About managing a subway network, I guess, like a train network. And once we are done with that game, we will also be looking at Mini Motorways, which is a sequel by the same developer, very similar mechanics to it, but you're dealing with a road network instead of a train network. So both those games to come. Next Friday, we will be continuing with Botany Manor. We might be able to finish Botany Manor during the stream. We probably don't have that much left. It was another game, but we chatted too long and I got confused and wasted a lot of time. If we do finish Botany Manor next Friday, we might start Lingo. Lingo is a puzzle game, 2nd place in my Discord poll, which it's like a cross between the Witness and Antechamber, so it's definitely my sort of puzzle game. And then on this slot, next week, we are going to have to start something new, and I actually haven't decided yet, so I will announce in the Discord what that's going to be. I'll just throw everyone a quick invite link to my Discord, just in case anyone's not already in my Discord and would like to be. Please do feel free to join. We do have a vote on the next game every so often. We have a drink water from Matcha. There we go. And Lana says thank you for the stream, and so does Brute Force. Thank you both for being here and also for the raid. Speaking of raids, X-Ray Specs, that is how you spell it, isn't it? There is the raid. I will just grab a raid message for everybody to use. If you are subscribed, here is the message for you to use. We'll use the Cozy Floral Enthusiast message today. If you're not subscribed, use any emotes you like. If you have funny emotes that I don't have, feel free to share them. But if you want something to copy, here's some dancing dinosaurs. You can never go wrong with dancing dinosaurs. Leia says I have returned just in time. Yes, Leia. I don't know if you saw, but we did beat the game. We beat the final level. We got the ending cutscene. So all is well. Thank you so much, Best Leia, for being here. Copy one of those raid messages. I will see you in X-Ray stream in just a moment. And I hope you can join me tomorrow. Until then, thank you all very much for watching, and bye for now.